tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Start the day with Boomer and Geo, mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM, The Fan, WFAN.
Oh, that's right. It's your boy, Anthony Gallo. And I got you all the way to midnight on the greatest station in the world, WFAN, in the greatest city in the world, New York City. And with all the excitement, with all the fun that came along with preseason football, and I know it is just preseason football, we now have to fall back to yet another disastrous Yankees offensive performance. And as we sit here today, Yankees are 7 games back, on the verge of getting swept by a now suddenly alive Blue Jays team that, yes, they are not in the wild card picture per se just yet, but they currently sit outside. They're tied 4 teams for that last wild card, and the Yankees offense is in trouble, and it's not going to be fixed just because Cody Bellinger is going to come back. It's not going to be fixed because Stanton is going to come back. It may not be fixed even if, hopefully, when Aaron Judge comes back. They are in trouble, and the Yankee fan has to reside now that the division's done. You can't even guarantee yourself that you're going to lock up the number 1 wild card. And the goal now, the bare minimum, is to play home games in the first round of the playoffs against, whether it's the Red Sox, whether it's the Blue Jays, the Twins, whichever one. It seems like it's lining up Yankees-Red Sox for the second year in a row at Yankee Stadium. But that is not a lock. This team has not done enough for... I've been very positive with this Yankees team. They have not done enough to be given the benefit of the doubt when it comes to the offense will turn it around. They don't have the benefit of the doubt that Jazz will start to hit, or Trent Grisham will be more consistent, or one of these guys they brought in at the deadline, or one of these young players they called up this season is going to do enough to help this team become a competent offense. I'm not even asking them to be a good offense, just competent. They have the best pitching in the American League. They are, like you saw today, that was not a poorly pitched game. Tim Hill has been erratic. He had a bad outing, but they were towing the line because, again, the offense lets them down. And even in wins earlier in the week, the offense let them down. And it's not, yes, Aaron Judge and Cody Bellinger can do a lot to help this team get back to competency, but it is not going to fix the offensive woes. They are damn near last in almost every offensive category since June 1st, and this might have gotten even worse. The Yankees are averaging this was 2 days ago, so this number has probably gone down. But as of Friday, since June 1st, the Yankees are tied for 26th in the league in runs a game at 3.9. They are last in the league in average on-base percentage, 25th in the league in slugging percentage, 29th in the league with average with runners in scoring position well below 200. That is a recipe for disaster, and that is not fixed by just one person. And I'm not saying the season is over. I am not saying this Yankees team cannot pull it off and get back to the Fall Classic. That's not what I'm saying. This Yankees team is going to win off the backs of the arms. That ain't made no sense. They are going to, off of their strong rotation, their strong bullpen. They are not going to slug their way to the World Series. They're not going to slug their way to a pennant. They're going to have to pitch well and hope that when Bellinger gets back and if Judge gets back, that they can do the little things in the timely moments to get themselves in a position to win. As the Mets walk it off, for those who care. Lindor with a big double there. This Yankees team has the pitching to do everything they need to do. But the last, 4 to 5 games, not all losses, but the last 4 to 5 games, it's felt like they've had to be damn near perfect. They've had to, you should be able to score, to give up 3 runs and win a game. And 3 runs right now feels like an insurmountable number for this Yankees offense. And I thought the Garcia move was a great move. I thought the Ramos move in the end would be a great move when they get Bellinger back, when they get Stanton back, if they get Judge back. But that move was not enough. Adding those 2 pieces was not enough. Yes, they added a couple arms, whatever it was that they did, on a lower level move. But those 2 pieces offensively were not enough. And I don't know. Let's say Bellinger comes back and hits. Is anyone else going to step up in this lineup? And it is getting to the point where you have to be concerned. I was away last weekend. 2 weeks ago when I spoke to you guys going into the deadline, this Yankees team was 2 games back. They now sit 7 games back. It is a disaster. Offensively, they are a disaster. And just because they don't win the division does not mean the season is over. It doesn't mean they can't get to the World Series. What it is, though, is another frustrating milestone in a season that has been well below expectation for people like myself who thought, yes, the injuries have killed them. Like, that is not an excuse. It is a fact. The injuries have killed them. But the injuries are a part of the game. You can't get these guys back. You can't take it back. You can't go back to June 1st and say, oh, Judge will be back. You can't do that. They got hurt. It's a part of the game. It's what I'm not making excuses for Brian Cashman or Aaron Boone, but it is a fact. It has killed them offensively. With that being said, there is a point now that this season is falling well below expectation. The division, with the way the Red Sox and the Blue Jays started, yes, the Rays have been great, but with the way the Red Sox and the Blue Jays started, there is no reason why this team should be 7 games out right now. And the Red Sox, not when you look at on paper, the Red Sox offense does not jump out at you. Their pitching has been very good. They are playing the best baseball in all of the American leagues since the beginning of July, maybe a little bit before then. And that's even with them going 4-6 in their last 10 games. And the Yankees, I'm not waving the white flag. I am not sitting here telling you they cannot win the World Series or at least make it there. But I am not as confident as I was 2-3 weeks ago in this team. And the offense, we got that little jump with George Lombard. I was like, oh, man, this guy came up. He looks the part. He looks good. He's not. Him and Spencer Jones should not be expected to carry the offense. We should not be expecting 2 young guys to carry this Yankees offense. In their first, for Spencer Jones, 2.5 months, but in George Lombard's first 3 weeks of his career, that is a terrible recipe to follow. But they are now falling below that expectation, and I don't know if getting these guys back is going to put them in a position where you look at this offense and say it's lethal. If they can get the competent, you'll be happy because the pitching is so good. And knock on wood, the pitching is, outside of Rodon, as healthy as you could have a staff at this point in the season. You might get guys back like Luis Gil. You're going to get Carlos Rodon back at some point. He threw a rehab. I don't know if he went to AA to AAA or AAA to AA. I think it was AAA to AA to get him closer to the team. He went, 4 1/3 yesterday, 58 pitches, 7 Ks. Yeah, all right, in AA. So he's close to returning. You're hoping that, as John Heyman put it, by September 1st, you're getting Bellinger and or Stanton back around September 1st. Now, the good news is you got a little bit of an update. I think it's the biggest update we've gotten since the injury for Judge. He's playing catch for the first time in the rehab process, and he's cleared for light exercises. He is not coming back before September 10th. I know John Heyman said mid to late September. He's not coming back until 2-3 weeks into September. And your hope is you get him back a week before the end of the season just so he gets some major league at-bats. If he does come back, you get him some major league at-bats, and he is able to go out there and get in some sort of a flow, some comfortability. So when October rolls around, he's ready to go. And, hey, because I am a glass half full guy, and I know I've been very negative, maybe if you do get Judge back, the answer, and he has been fine, in my opinion, the last 2 playoffs, but maybe the answer to his playoff struggles is him having less work going into the playoffs. Maybe that week, that just to get in the swing of things, if he's healthy without any at-bats, and let's say the season's over and they say he's ready to go, he's got to play. That just is what it is. This Yankees offense is not good enough to say he's going to hurt them. Judge cold. If they decided to roll Judge off the MRI table today and throw him in the game, he'd be better than 8 of the guys you're trotting out there right now. But let me read those stats again, just to show how dire the situation is with the Yankees. I got this stat on Friday before the game. Judge last played on May 31st. So since June 1st, the Yankees are 26th in runs scored. They are last in average on-base percentage. They're 25th in slugging percentage. And they're 29th in average with runners in scoring position. Not good enough. Not even close to being major league. They are hitting like a minor league team. They are hitting like one of the worst teams in baseball. And the only reason why they are in the position they're in, where they haven't, they're 5-5. So the way I'm talking about them, you would think they are 1-9 in their last 10. They're 5-5 in their last 10. And that is all due to their pitching. When you look at their overall schedule, how things have gone for them, over the last few weeks, they have put up once they've had 2 games where they've scored over 5 runs. One was a loss to the Cardinals, and the other one was a win to the Mariners. They've had 3 games, including those 2 I just mentioned, where they scored more than 4 runs. It's been a disaster. In the month of August, it's been a disaster. In the last 2 months, it's been a disaster. And I think for Yankee fans, you cannot give up hope, but you have to reside with the fact that you're not winning 5, 6-run games. You're going to have to win 3-1, 2-1. 3 runs is a lot to ask for. You're going to have to ask this pitching staff to carry you in a way that we haven't seen a pitching staff carry a team in some time. And that does not, I looked at this team going into the trade deadline, and I did think that I thought the Garcia move was great. I thought the Ramos move was great. I did not think that was where they were going to stop. I thought they would get a catcher. I thought they might add some more the way of the bullpen, and they didn't. And that is frustrating. And I've lost that confidence I had in this team that they were. I even with them trailing, a couple weeks ago, the Rays by 2.5 games, I still felt they were the best team in the American League. I'm not sure they're the second best team in their division right now. With the way the Red Sox have played, obviously we know what the Rays are. I am not sure they are better than even the Red Sox. Now, with the way that they pitch, and the Red Sox offense is not as potent as you would think, but they are nearly identical in runs scored and runs allowed, these two teams. in a short game series, of course the Yankees could win. Last year, nobody gave them a shot against the Red Sox. Similar to the Knicks with their struggles against the Celtics 2 years ago, or their struggles against big teams going into this playoffs, no one gave the Yankees a shot last year to beat the Red Sox because they couldn't beat them in the regular season. And what did they do? They kicked the crap out of them. Cam Schlittler with the great start. We all know what happened. And then obviously losing to the Blue Jays in the next round. This Yankees team is in trouble. 888-808-1019. I do not know. I do not feel great about them going out there and just getting Bellinger back and Stanton back and that fixing everything. Let's say in a perfect world, they get Judge back September 15th. I don't know if that's happening. I don't know if he'll be back within the first two and a half weeks of September. But let's say in a perfect world, they get him back earlier than expected. Are we certain that those guys, one, are going to pick up the slack? You know, they can't struggle in this scenario. And if they do, is that enough to change this offense? And you heard Boone say he's maybe shake up the order a little bit. He doesn't want to put guys in bad positions or bad matchups for the sake of it. I think they're a bad matchup every single night. They trot that lineup out. 8, 7 of those guys in that lineup are black holes. They are dead. Guys that I thought were going to have big seasons like Jazz Chisholm have been disastrous. And like, if you get the splits, let's go over the last 15 games. When you look at this offense, Trent Grisham has been better. He needs to be this for the rest of the season, and he's not enough to change the fate of the offense. Caballero is Caballero. He's been pretty consistent, but he's not a guy that's carrying your offense either. You got George Lombard. But when you look at the other guys in the lineup, Jazz over his last 12 games is hitting 125. Spencer Jones in his last 13 games, 178. Ben Rice hitting 091 in his last 44 at-bats. That's embarrassing. It's insane. 888-808-1019. We'll come back. We'll get to your calls. And yes, the Yankees have put a little bit of a cloud overhead for us. But guess what? It's not all bad. Football is back. Whether it's a dress rehearsal or not, football is back. Jaxson Dart threw a pass today, a touchdown pass. Cam Scatterman was out there. Yesterday, the Jets played a game. It's a beautiful thing. So we'll get into that. We'll continue this conversation about the putrid Yankees offense. A lot to get to. An incredible debut. Maybe the greatest debut in the history of baseball took place, out of town as well. We'll get into that. Anthony Gallo on the Fan till midnight. Back after this.
29 days until the Jets kick off the season against the Titans. Talk about Gang Green here on the Fan, 101.9 FM, and always available on the Odyssey app.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Buzzed or high? There's no difference. It's a DUI. Never drive after drinking or using cannabis. Both skew your judgment and slow your reaction time. Call a ride, crash on a couch, just don't drive. A message from the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Thursday, August 27th when the Yankees host the Astros for a very special night in the Bronx, Seinfeld Night. The first 18,000 guests will receive a George Costanza Calzone bobblehead presented by Star. Tickets are on sale now at Yankees.com/tickets. Don't miss Seinfeld Night and the George Costanza Calzone bobblehead, Thursday, August 27th. Yankees versus Astros at Yankee Stadium.
Hey, New York, ready for real savings? Switch to Allstate today. Because drivers who switched saved $900 on their auto insurance. So, what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for an auto insurance quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate. Based on the national average annual savings for new auto customers surveyed in 2025 who switched to Allstate and reported savings, potential savings and availability varies by state.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Monmouth Park Racetrack's Surf and Turf Seafood Festival returns Saturday, August 15th and Sunday, August 16th, featuring lobster rolls, crab cakes, and much more. Head to the track for the shore's best seafood, plus live music, live racing, and you can even meet Al Dukes on Saturday, August 15th. General admission is just $7. Use promo code SEAFOOD26 at SeatGeek.com/Monmouth to save 15%. It's the Surf and Turf Seafood Festival, August 15th and 16th at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
$30 million in guaranteed prizes. Cash in this football season in Las Vegas with 3 Circus Sports contests. Entry starting at $1,000, all with no rate. Circa Million, 18 weeks of point spread action. Circus Survivor, pick one winner each week, no point spread. And the Big Daddy, Circa Grandissimo, with a $100,000 entry fee. Enter in Nevada, play from anywhere. $30 million guaranteed. Visit circusports.com for details.
Don't waste time looking for the lowest price on Bridgestone tires, because when it comes to Bridgestone tires, nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. That's right, you get the guaranteed lowest price, plus the most free services for life on your new Bridgestone tires. Town Fair Tire is the area's largest discount tire dealer with over 125 locations. Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Your team, your take, your call. Talk New York sports and be a part of the action. Call the Fan now, 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus, your streaming home to watch the NFL on CBS all season long.
Oh, that's right. A beautiful summer day. A beautiful Saturday night in New York City. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. I got you till midnight. Talking Yanks. We do have a little bit of football to react to, but we will get to that in a bit. Before we get back into the calls, I don't know if you guys saw what took place today in the Cardinals game. And the only reason why I watched any of this game, I play fantasy sports. Joshua Baez, if you did not see it, in his major league debut, his first 3 at-bats, he went yard. He did not just hit home runs. He hit one to left field, one to center field, and one to right field. And, in fantasy baseball, strategy, you pick up a prospect, you stash him for the season. And I put on the game, and I'm like, oh, man, this guy hit a home run in his first at-bat. I'm sitting here feeling like, the Theo Epstein over here. But then watching the game, he hits another one. And then at this point, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna have to go 3 screens right now. Yankees, Giants, and the Cardinals game. And in his third at-bat, hit another home run. And it got me thinking, and we'll get into this later. So if you want to call in and throw out some suggestions, maybe something I wasn't thinking of, is that the greatest, not just in baseball, is that the greatest debut in sports history? Rookie debut in sports history. 3 home runs in 3 at-bats to start his career. I think he only had 5 RBIs, but an insane start to the young Cardinals outfielder's career. And I think that's what, some Yankee fans are expecting when they look at, And I'm not saying you guys are blaming the offense on the young guys, no. But I think that is where we've gotten to with the way that we view these young players. Same way with the Mets with Benj or Ewing. The pitcher's a little different because if you're dominant like Cam Schlittler was when he first came up, or Nolan McClain at times, you could help a team drastically. Joshua Baez is not going out there and hitting 9 home runs in a week. Maybe I'm wrong, and we're looking back in the next 5 days and like his first 5 games, he's got 9 home runs. But the Yankees offense goes far past the young guys, far past the catcher. It is a problem that has bit them in the ass all season, and I don't know if just getting 1 or 2 or 3 of these guys back is going to change that. And if you're telling me Bellinger and Judge and Stanton, or more so Bellinger and Judge, are going to come back and play to the best of their abilities, sure, I would get behind that. But I do think there's going to be an adjustment period. You're coming back from injury. You're coming off a rehab assignment. Maybe in Judge's case, there isn't a rehab assignment because it's too late in the season to do that. But there's always that adjustment. I don't expect them to just come back and have 900 plus OPSs to finish the season. I don't think they're going to be bad, but then that's where the question arises. Is that going to be enough to fix this Yankees offense? 888-808-1019. Kicking us off, Jake in Guilford. What's up, Jake?
Hey, man. Thank you for taking my call. I want my fellow Yankee fans to take a deep breath. Despite the facts that you're describing in their offensive struggles, 3 things quick. 1, their world-class pitching staff is keeping them afloat.
Right.
2, the reinforcement.
We don't know what 2 is going to be. I'm going to put you on hold, Jake. Maybe we'll get your line. I'm guessing he was going to say the reinforcements are coming back. Let's try one more time. Jake, you still there?
Hey, yeah, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you broke up. One more time.
So, yeah, those reinforcements, I'm thinking the best-case scenario because we had the best offense in the AL when they were healthy. So, if we just got to play the best baseball in October. And
you
then
didn't,
finally,
though, because Judge hasn't been healthy since May. Bellinger was not out that entire time. Bellinger was here. The offense was not hitting with him either. And yes, the reinforcements are coming. When do you expect them to come back, Jake?
if they come back by the timeline, my point is we've seen a float with all the injuries we've had that most teams would not be able to even be in the mix.
Yes, totally fair. Totally fair. And the injuries have affected them, Jake. But the injuries, if they're affecting them now and they're not 100% come postseason time, there's no excuse then at that point. Like there's no, the injuries are holding them back. If the injuries are holding them back, that's holding them back. You're not going to get a pass because you had injuries.
And I'm not making a pass. I don't even want to make a pass for it. I'm just saying this is why Yankee fans should relax. We're still playing 500 ball with the injuries. So when we're healthy, all we got to do is play the best ball in October, and I think our pitching staff and hitting is going to be fine.
I agree with most of what you said there. I do not know if the hitting is going to be good enough come October, and I just there's nothing I can base that off of. It's just not. And I appreciate the call, Jake. And I'm not trying to tell the Yankee fan you have to. I'm not waving the white flag. I'm not a Yankee fan, but I am not waving the white flag on this team's season. I'm not telling you they can't get it done, but I'm telling you they're not going to get it done on the offensive side. It's going to be done by the pitching staff, and that's the only way this season becomes one with a trophy. Yes, if they get guys like Judge and Bellinger back and they play well, I think the offense is competent then. And with a pitching staff like this, that's all you need. But I don't think Yankee fans should expect to win games 7-6, 6-5. Like, I don't think that is what this team is going to do come October. And the other thing is, too, you could tell Yankee fans to relax, Jake, but playing 500 ball is not going to lock you into the number one wild card spot. The Red Sox are 2.5 games behind you. What happens if you play 500 ball the rest of the season and now you're on the road to start the playoffs? Like, these things matter. Now, listen, I don't think winning the division, I think winning the division should have been the goal, and I think it was the goal, and it's a disappointment not winning the division. It does not write the story of the season if you guys come back and win the World Series, obviously. But it makes things a lot harder, one, not getting the division, and if you don't get that number one wild card and you're not hosting playoff games in the Bronx in the first round, it makes it harder. If you have to go to Fenway, you're not going to Chicago. You're not going to Detroit. You're going to Fenway in October. That is a lot more difficult traveling that path than the one that has home games to start. And then, yes, it'll be a replay of last year. You'll get the Red Sox, and then you'll get the division winner. But I also think this Yankees team can take care of business against a Tampa Bay Rays team that is not that much better offensively. They've been more consistent. They are not that much better. The Yankees obviously front-loaded their season with the run. You know, if you look at the run score stat, it's obviously front-loaded from the beginning of the season. But that does not mean that they can't keep up with the Rays. But what I'm trying to tell you is, one, give up on the division. It's over. But the other thing is, you cannot expect this team to win with the bats in October. When the fall comes around, it's already more difficult to hit with the weather changing, with pitchers, being on their A game. And we've seen it happen before. Yankee fans are setting themselves up for disappointment if they think they're going to win based off of this offense. If they're going to win, it's going to be off of the stellar pitching that they have. Teddy and Yonkers, what's going on, Teddy?
Are you there, Anthony?
Yeah, what's going on, Ted?
Anthony, you're great. I've spoken to you before. I don't want to be a broken record. I said to you 2 months ago, this offense is horrendous.
Yeah, Teddy, I was wrong. I was way too confident. And I also was too confident that Brian Cashman was going to get the job done at the deadline, and he didn't.
Anthony, I love you. Anthony, I'm worried. Listen to me carefully. I'm worried deep down whether or not they will be able to get in the playoffs, okay? The way they're going. Anthony, I'd love to see a 7-6 loss, meaning that they're hitting, okay? I would love to see a 7-6 loss.
Well, it's Teddy, it's funny you say that when I'm thinking about what I was going to start talking about today. If the Yankees won, I probably would have leaned more on the football because it would be like, okay. But I was sitting there, I'm like, all right, if they lose this game, but they lose, a slugfest, I'm also probably going to lean more because I don't think it's as pressing coming off an actual good offensive performance. I'm not overreacting to the one loss. I'm overreacting to a month and a half of terrible offense, 2 months of the worst offense in baseball. So I was wrong. Teddy, I thought they were going to turn it around. I thought they were going to get healthier sooner, and I thought Brian Cashman was going to do more at the deadline.
And Anthony, let me just make my final point. I understand you got a lot of calls.
Right.
Anthony, even with great pitching, I hear this often by the hosts. We have the best pitching in the major leagues. Yes, Anthony, but they're not invincible. They're human beings. Mm-hmm. Even Hendrick, he's going to give up a run or two. Fried is going to give up a run or two. Cole is going to give up a run.
Like that. Well, and Teddy, I appreciate it. And you're right. They are like Tim Hill has struggled. He has not been bad this season. He's struggled. And shout out to my guy Keith in the chat right now. He said fine equals wild card exit. You're not looking for fine. You're not looking to play 500. You want to win. I'm not saying the Yankees can't win. I am not saying the Yankees cannot turn around and win the whole thing. It's not going to be offensively. It's not. And just getting, let's say we don't know what Judge's status is. Getting a Bellinger and a Stanton back is going to get you, hopefully, to being a competent offense. And with this pitching staff, you hope that's enough to get you to the point where you could compete. This is the craziest part about saying this. If a team scores 4 runs, I've been through this. The Mets offense was like this earlier in the year. Mets teams that, the Yankees, it was always about the offense. The Mets, it was always about the pitching. As a Mets fan, how many years we went, if it was DeGrom, if DeGrom gave up 2 runs, it felt like the game was over. And yesterday, I'm following the game, And after the Blue Jays score that third run, I'm thinking, this is it. Like, they are done for. And then today, it becomes 2-1, and I'm sitting here thinking, all right, they can get away with being down 2-1. I still have faith. When they just like they did yesterday, when the Blue Jays tack on that extra run, it feels insurmountable. Once the lead gets to 2 runs, it feels insurmountable. And that is not sustainable if you want to win a World Series. They're going to get guys back. They're never going to be the offense that we hoped or thought they could be. But they are one of the best pitching staffs in all of baseball. I think they are the best pitching staff in the American League. But that is how they're going to have to win. It can't be, the offense, they'll get it together. Like Jake said before, they'll get it together. They'll be fine come the postseason. You can't say that. I am huge on always kind of seeing the silver lining with this stuff in a positive light. And this team, which I was very complimentary of all season, and I was confident they would turn it around, has given us no reason to believe in them. When it comes to the offense, it has given us no reason to believe the offense is going to turn it around. Starting pitching-wise, bullpen, excellent. That's where they're going to have to win. They're going to have to grind it out old school. They're going to have to hope some of these starters like Cole and Weathers and whoever's in the rotation, come October. But Schlittler, Fried, Cole, they're going to have to ask for 7 innings every start out of these guys. And maybe more. They're going to have to get, even maybe 1 run is too much to allow with the way this Yankees offense hits. Mike in Rocky Point, what's going on, Mike?
Hey, Anthony. How you doing, bud?
I'm good. How are you, dude?
I'm doing all right. Be a little bit better if they won today.
Well, right.
But,
I think we all would.
It's just they are so bad against their own division. I have never seen a team.
For 2 years now.
I feel like it's even longer than 2 years. Yeah, it's like, and if we face any of these teams in the playoffs, we don't stand a chance.
Wow.
It's not like the year in 2024 when we went through the AL Central.
Well, I will say this, Mike. What did you think was going to happen when they played the Red Sox last year?
I thought they were going to lose, honestly.
Well, that is the one
Yeah.
thing I have to say is, like, you're honest. I appreciate you being honest. Like, they don't have a chance. Like, I'll take it back to the Knicks. When they played the Celtics 2 years ago, they didn't have a chance. And then the playoffs is a different animal. And then obviously, to your point, they played the Blue Jays last year and got smoked. So I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but they're 16 and 18 against the division. I don't know if I'm as worried about. I might be more worried about the Red Sox and the Rays in a playoff series because of how the Red Sox have played the last month and a half. It's not a guarantee. But your concerns are valid. There's nothing I can tell you right now outside of, look at what happened last year that can change your mind.
I just feel like with the Red Sox, they kind of battle them a little bit better, even though they just got swept the last time they played them.
Right.
But whenever they play the Blue Jays or the Rays, they look like a completely different team. I mean, they just played the all the NL playoff teams, won those series, but they clam up against the Rays and the Blue Jays every single time. I've never seen anything like it with any
I'm shocked
team
that
they're playing their own division.
Right, and I appreciate the call, Mike. I appreciate it. And again, I can't push back too much on it. As I'm just saying, don't always ever go into a playoff series and think it's a guarantee that you're going to lose or a guarantee you're going to win. With the Yankees, I'm most shocked at what's taken place the last 2 games. The Red Sox, when they faced them, they were in the midst of that red-hot streak, and they had really turned into a different team. And just like the Yankees slumping, it's contagious. In baseball, so is when you get hot. Look at the Mets. The Mets are not playing good baseball, and the Mets season is over. But what you're seeing is Lindor's hitting. You're getting good at-bats from Benj and Ewing, and you're seeing it be a little bit more contagious that guys are hitting, that they are showing some life. The Yankees, one good week of, and I don't know if they're going to get that, but the hope is, one good week of baseball, the offense will get it going, and maybe these guys will, stop pressing. It looks like Jazz is pressing. It looks like Austin Wells is pressing. Like every guy that steps into the box. The young guys, I think, are struggling. Well, George Lombard hasn't struggled, but he's only been up here a handful. But like Spencer Jones, I don't think he's pressing even in his struggles. It looks like a lot of the veterans are pressing when they struggle and when they slump. So what's taken place the last 2 games against the Blue Jays, I was shocked. I know the Blue Jays, after the last 2 games, they're now tied for a wild card spot, but I thought that they were, hanging on. They had sold a little bit, and I thought the Yankees were going to put them out of their misery this weekend, and it's been the opposite. And now you look at it, the Yankees are 8 games ahead of them, the Blue Jays. They're only 2.5 games ahead of the Red Sox. So home field advantage in the first round, it's not even a guarantee. 888-808-1019. Peter in Seaford. What's going on, Pete?
Hey, Anthony. How are you?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Good. I just want to talk about the Yankees. I mean, it seems, we keep talking about the 3 guys who are coming back and possibly saving the season and maybe taking us into a deep playoff run. But, I mean, when we keep talking about 3 guys coming back off the injured list, what does that say about the roster that's been constructed by Brian Cashman when basically you're relying on 3 guys out of an entire roster to win you games? Right? I mean, we keep seeing this lineup putting up 1 or no runs.
Yep. Listen, it's a fair complaint. And I don't think the complaint is, oh, look at what he did in the offseason. I think it's what didn't he do at the deadline? Yes, I still like the Luis Garcia move. Positional versatility. He's 26, good hitter. But that was your big move. And then Cashman, not just, to the media, but then came on with Craig and C-Mac and said that there wasn't a lot of catchers that were moved, and that's just not true. And there was catchers available. And he kept, it's not just him that does this, but all these front office guys do this where they use the same, the shopping aisle or whatever it was, that department, I forget how he phrased it. That aisle didn't have a lot to offer. And it's like, yes, it did. We saw the catchers were available. We saw catchers get moved. They didn't go after any other offensive players. And it felt like they had a chance to take a big swing. And I'm not just talking about Devers or some of these, superstar names, but it felt like you couldn't go out and get the guy from the Nationals the Red Sox got. You couldn't go out and make some of these moves that other teams made, and now they're sitting here with the worst offense in baseball. And, Ramos and Garcia have, outside of Garcia's first game, they haven't really done anything.
No, they haven't done anything, and it seems like when guys come into the Yankees, via trade, like especially midseason trades, they sort of have trouble almost assimilating, and they sort of fall into this almost like a vortex of Yankee offensive philosophy where everybody's reaching for the fences and you don't get anybody moving guys over, hitting to the opposite field and things like that. And it seems like that's what's going on, especially with Ramos right now. He's swinging at everything that's out of the zone.
Well, and it's the truth. And he looked bad. I mean, today he looked bad. I mean, he's also not, and thanks for the call, Peter. The problem with the Ramos move was, I loved, again, I'll say it again, I keep repeating myself, I loved the Garcia move. But then the Ramos move, I was like, okay, I think this is a smart move. They clearly think, I thought it was a positive that they see Bellinger and Judge coming back. This guy's going to be your 4th outfielder. You'll have Bellinger, Grisham, Judge, and away you go. But now, with him having to play every day, he's not an everyday outfielder. He doesn't get to do the things that you were hoping, where he could be a Caballero type off the bench for the outfield. But now you have to rely on him every day. And the Garcia move, I think he will eventually come and hit, but it's not a guarantee. It's not. And I think coming with the pressing of the offense is also the mistakes in the field, the mistakes on the base path, and those things are starting to creep up where I thought they had gone away from that. And it's all coming back now. Freddie in Manhattan. What's going on, Freddie?
Hey, how you doing, young man?
What's going on, dude?
All right. Yeah, I like your senses over the things you say because they're really all true. But I'm beginning to lose my faith in this team. You know why? Because I feel that they have a lack of consistency. Look, one day they'll give you 5,000 runs. The next day they'll give you nothing. Or for the 2-3 games, they lose. I mean, even when these three guys come back, like Stanton, Judge, and Bellinger, they're going to be still kind of not injured, but suffering a little from the injury, and they may not come through offensively either. No, this team, there's something really wrong with them. I think it's all mental. What do you think?
Well, I appreciate the call, Freddie. I think that, like in Ben Rice's case, it feels like he's pressing. It feels like every time he steps up to the plate, he feels like he has to hit a 5-run home run. He has to carry this team. When it comes to Jazz, I think Jazz is pressing. I think Jazz is aware he's been terrible. And I don't think he's shied away from it. And I think he knows he talked a big game and it hasn't worked out. And he has really struggled and hurt this team maybe more than any other, everyday player that they have. Austin Wells, I think he's pressing. The one guy that hasn't pressed since he's gotten back from injury is Trent Grisham. Since Grisham has come back, he's been competent. And over the last 15 games, he hasn't been great, but he doesn't have an over. He's as C-Mac likes to call him, a one-dotter. He's 1,000 OPS. In 49 at-bats, he's their best player right now. Caballero, I'm not going to look at his numbers because it's in 15 at-bats, hasn't really done that much. Lombard's hit a little bit. Nobody else is hitting. Ramos in 32 at-bats is hitting .063. Spencer Jones, 178. Ben Rice, and he's pressing. I still trust Ben Rice, but he's pressing. He struck out 16 times in 44 at-bats, and he's hitting .091. He's hitting under 100. That is unsustainable for your best player that is healthy to be hitting like that. And if you go even further, if you want to go to the last 30 days, Jazz is hitting 183. Trent Grisham has been good the last 15, but over a month is hitting under 200. Ben Rice is hitting 158 for his last 100 at-bats. It's terrible. 888-808-1019. Luke and Rye, what's going on, Luke?
Hi. I just wanted to talk about how I think that Judge, Bellinger, and Stanton, all those guys coming back into the lineup, I think the offense will be better and it will be ready for October, but not just because of what they're going to do, but also because how much better them being in the lineup makes the rest of the team.
Well, who exactly? Ben Rice, yes, I can agree with that. It'll make Ben Rice look a lot better. Jazz has not looked good even when they were healthy. Jazz hasn't hit at all this season. Austin Wells hasn't hit at all this season.
I understand that, but you could also take a look at some of the younger guys. You could take a look at Lombard. You could take a look at Jones. You could take a look at guys who could use some more, not necessarily veteran, but guidance from older players, more experienced players who can help them out.
But those guys are. But the thing is, it's not like they're not with the team. Your point, Luke. Your point is fair. That getting, Bellinger, Stanton, and hopefully eventually Judge, they are going to take pressure on the field off these guys. But as far as the young guys, I do think they'll be better for it. It's not like Bellinger and Judge are not with the team. Judge has been around the team. He just hasn't been playing. So he's still giving those guys guidance. But I don't think, to that point, I can't really push back on the young guys. I don't think Jazz is going to hit. I don't think magically Ryan McMahon, Ahmed Rosario, Austin Wells, you name one of these veteran pieces that is everyone besides Lombard and Spencer Jones. I don't think these guys are just going to magically turn it around. Do I think Ben Rice will be better for it having those guys back? Yeah, he'll get more protection. He'll see better pitches. He won't feel like he has to do it all himself. But I don't think that it's going to change. Jazz is in a hole that when they get guys back, maybe Jazz doesn't play every day. Maybe, Ryan McMahon doesn't play as much as he has. I mean, Jazz has 400 at-bats. Do we think it's changing because he's getting a little bit of help? No. Ben Rice is the biggest one because he clearly is not seeing pitches. He's trying to do too much, and I just don't. And I'm not trying to negate the impact Bellinger, Judge, and Stanton are going to have if they're all back. I think Bellinger and Stanton, it's a lock they'll be back. We don't know if Judge is going to be back. And if he is, how deep into the season? Is it going to be a week before the postseason? So, do we think that Bellinger and Stanton are going to just turn the entire offense around? Those two guys coming back, Bellinger who played, the majority of the season. It wasn't like he got hurt in May, early June. He's played 12 less games than Jazz. He's got 25 less at-bats than Jazz. It's not like Bellinger was just missed the entire season. But do we think the addition of Bellinger, hopefully in 2 weeks, is going to be the thing that sparks the offense? Do we think also Stanton is going to be that? Do we trust that Stanton's going to be able to make it the rest of the season? I don't. 888-808-1019. It's frustrating when you look at this team, and it's the players are who they are. Like, of course we're annoyed with the players. I've defended Brian Cashman my entire, very short, but my entire radio career. I have not really seen a lot of faults in his ways. What happened this trade deadline was kind of where I flipped. And I'm not calling for his job. I'm not saying he's bad at his job. I'm saying he failed the organization with the way he operated at the deadline. And we all know what will happen. If they don't make it out of the first round, if they lose badly to the Rays in the second round, it will be Aaron Boone, whose job is on the line, and Cashman will just be there. And he won't have to answer for the mistakes he made this offseason. This deadline. I was fine with the way they handled the offseason. The deadline is where they lost me. You can't project or predict injuries. You can react to them, and he did not. And there was enough, pieces out there that you could have gotten young, controllable pieces. And I know the Twins playing well, that took guys off the market. Ryan Jeffers wasn't the only catcher on the market. Robbie and Lennox, what's going on, Robbie?
Hey, what's going on, Anthony? Thanks for taking the call. All I have to say is one thing to begin with, and that's 2 runs in 27 innings of baseball. I'll tell you honestly, Anthony, I'm getting tired of this. And I'm tired of hearing, Stanton has to come back and Bellinger has to come back. First of all, Bellinger wasn't having a good year.
Right.
Start with that, okay?
That's true.
Right. The problem is, I'm going to criticize Brian Cashman, okay? Because he's been here for 25, 28 years, okay? And I'm not saying he hasn't done a good job because he's done a good job building his pitching staff or finding these guys, and he's got some great young pitchers on staff.
Right.
The type of roster he puts together, strikeout, low averages. You cannot hit 219 and be a team that's going to win a championship, Anthony. Okay, I'm tired of hearing that average doesn't matter. When I see the Blue Jays hit 265 last year, and I see the Dodgers hitting around 250, 260, it's much different than watching guys swing and miss and swing and miss. I'm sick of watching this lineup. It's disgusting to watch. You can't get 3 hits in a row from this team. It's
bad. It's bad. And I agree with you, Robbie.
Get Ramos out of there. I went with Ramos already. Put Caballero in the outfield or something. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think that they also. Yeah. I don't think Ramos will be there when.
Oh, it stinks.
If they get one more outfielder back, whether it's if Bellinger comes back in 2 weeks, hopefully, Ramos will be on the bench. That's where it is. But right now, you're going to have to get used to it, Robbie.
I know, but the thing is, when Stanton comes back, then what do you do with Garcia? Where does Stanton fit in this lineup? That's what I'm trying to say. Unless you put Ben Rice
I think what happens is that we see, like you just mentioned, maybe a Caballero or a Jazz in the outfield.
Oh my gosh, ridiculous! Well, it's just, and the can's terrible. Look what they hit. It didn't show 205, 217, 219.
Well, and Robbie, I will say this:
in the 90s, brother.
I hate the devaluation of average. It's why a guy like Luis Ariz, who was a great baseball player, gets
getting fourth.
But he gets devalued And the guy never strikes out. He hits 330. He strikes out like 20 times in a season. But somehow I got to hear people tell me he's not a productive baseball player. And to me, that's asinine. Yeah.
Of course it's asinine. The fact that he's sitting fourth and Schwarber's in first just shows you how bizarre modern day baseball
I hate that too.
Brother.
And Robbie, I appreciate the call, Robbie. The Schwarber thing, it bothers me. That the guy is awesome. He hits 210, and just because he hits a ton of home runs, they lead him off. And who was it the other day that I saw was leading off? And it just frustrated me. Who was the player I saw? Was it? I forgot who that. Me and Hoff were talking about it, and he was like, "Guess who's leading off today?" And I hate it. And I also hate it. Like I've been listening to a lot of these podcasts. Like All the Smoke now has done, a really good job with like a baseball interviews, and hearing guys like Kenny Lofton and Cecil Fielder, Eric Davis, like the way they talk about the change to the evaluation of talent, the building of rosters, the structuring of lineups, and I couldn't imagine being a guy like, maybe Schwarber doesn't care, but like when the Yankees tried to lead off Judge, and it's like, wouldn't you want to give this guy a shot to have people in front of him to drive them in? Is getting him an extra 20 at-bats during the year going to impact your team that much more? And it's not a Brian Cashman problem. The lack of discipline, the lack of average, like we don't reward discipline when we don't reward guys that are high bat the ball rates. Like guys strike out a ton and it's not a negative. They don't view it as a negative, and that's what happens when you have a bunch of dorks who have never suited up, professionally, calling all the shots and reshaping the entire game. Look at the Mets. 888-808-1019. It's not all negative. It's not all terrible. Because we had a Jaxson Dart sighting today. We had a Cam Scadaboo sighting. We had our first look at the Jets' backup quarterback. There's a lot of positives. One negative out of the 2 preseason games that I took. I don't really overreact to preseason, but we had football. So it is New York is not all negative right now. The Yankees can't ruin. The Mets don't even count because they're so irrelevant. And then maybe they have something brewing there, but it's not all negative. Football's back. We'll get into that. We'll continue the baseball conversation. All that right here. Anthony Gallo, back after this.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
The best thing that could happen to the Jets this year would be to be the worst team in football. Because, then you already have 2 first-round picks already, right, for next year. 3 first-round picks already. You add that being the number 1 overall pick, and then you have an opening at head coach at that point.
Get Boomer and Gio on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
Orgavatazona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Boomer Esiason here. Got a kid heading back to school? Your student hopefully isn't using data during school anyways, so why pay for an unlimited plan they'll never get the full value of? Now, Red Pocket Mobile's got a better answer. Right now, during their back-to-school sale, it's $80 for a whole year of cell service. Talk, text, and everyday data on your pick of 3 nationwide 5G networks. $80 the whole year. Perfect low data plan for your student. Redpocket.com. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
This summer, cool down with Dunkin' Refreshers. Sip on black cherry or try the all-new pink pineapple. Or try one of their flavorful fan favorites like mango pineapple or strawberry dragon fruit. All of them are ice cold and refreshing. Dunkin' Refreshers are the perfect afternoon pick-me-up, a whole lot of flavor and very refreshing. It's a sip of summer, only at Dunkin'. Dunkin' Refreshers are fruit-flavored, contain 0 to 1% fruit juice. Terms and exclusions may apply.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Monmouth Park Racetrack Surf and Turf Seafood Festival returns Saturday, August 15th and Sunday, August 16th. Featuring lobster rolls, crab cakes, and much more. Head to the track for the shore's best seafood, plus live music, live racing, and you can even meet Al Dukes on Saturday, August 15th. General admission is just $7. Use promo code SEAFOOD26 at SeatGeek.com/Monmouth to save 15%. It's the Surf and Turf Seafood Festival, August 15th and 16th at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
$30 million in guaranteed prizes. Cash in this football season in Las Vegas with 3 Circus Sports contests. Entry starting at $1,000, all with no rate. Circa Million, 18 weeks of point spread action. Circus Survivor, pick one winner each week, no point spread. And the Big Daddy, Circa Grandissimo, with a $100,000 entry fee. Enter in Nevada, play from anywhere. $30 million guaranteed. Visit circusports.com for details.
Don't waste time looking for the lowest price on Bridgestone tires, because when it comes to Bridgestone tires, nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. That's right, you get the guaranteed lowest price, plus the most free services for life on your new Bridgestone tires. Town Fair Tire is the area's largest discount tire dealer with over 125 locations. Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Talk sports with Evan and Tiki. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN. WFAN FM. WFAN FM HD1 New York. An Odyssey sports station.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo. Back on the fan. Shout out to Alex's arm. Driving the ship, as always. When it comes to, I was going in the break, I couldn't remember who the guy leading off was. The Orioles led off Pete Alonso, who's been like one of the best hitters in the American League since like May 31st. And Hoff was telling me that, and it just bothers me. It's infuriating to see a guy. You should have as many people on in front of Pete Alonso as possible. I get hitting him third as opposed to fourth, but leading off your best power hitter, just like with the Kyle Schwarber conversation, it's infuriating. And it goes back to, the reason why we brought this up was just the approach that not just the Yankees, but analytics in general, they have devalued things that we valued for hundreds of years. Like guys not striking out, guys being able to hit the ball, acting like getting a single is somehow not a productive at bat. I look at a guy like Luis Arraez. He doesn't have a ton of pop. He gets doubles, hits the gaps, but he strikes out like 15 to 30 times a year while hitting 330. You're telling me that's not valuable? And then when you look at the Yankees lineup, the guys just top to bottom that don't hit. Someone in the YouTube chat said, just the Yankees know New York is broken. Well, that's not true, because if you forget, sir, young man, the New York Knicks are still the champions of the world. And that doesn't go away because the Yankees can't hit. And right now, the Jets and the Giants can't be broken. They haven't played a game yet. Well, meaningful game, but it was exciting. And we'll dive into this, all show, as always. But Pat Leonard was on yesterday with Craig, and we heard from Justin Pugh was in studio, and we also heard from Mark Schlereth, and there was a little bit of a bubbling around the Jaxson Dart conversation in training camp, how he wasn't throwing the ball downfield. Pat had talked about he was a little timid trying to throw the ball downfield. I think it's tough to react to what's happening in practice, but those guys see it every day. But it was great to see Jaxson Dart, and there was a 5-minute period where it went from, wow, Jaxson Dart looks good, he's moving. I don't need to see Jaxson Dart put up 150 yards in the preseason, have 25 I don't need to see that. I need to just see him move around a little bit. I see that the confidence is there, the footwork's there, and he gets hit. And in that moment, I'm like, this is unreal. And he got clobbered. And regardless of how, Harbaugh and Jaxson Dart felt, I had no problem with them in a preseason game taking a look at Jaxson Dart, making sure he was okay. I know it's the league doing that. But their job is to make sure these players are okay. And Jaxson Dart, you hope, is a star, is somebody who grows into the face of the Giants. So, of course, they want to protect that. But watching him come right back and immediately deliver a strike for a touchdown, all right, I'm good. Put him in bubble wrap, get ready for the season. They're going to play him, obviously, a couple series, or at least one series a game, I think, the next two. I got to go listen to the entirety of what Harbaugh talked about today, but I'm assuming we're going to see Dart a couple more times. But it was just a good feeling. Seeing Cam Scadaboo out there was a good feeling. And I know that we knew we would see him at some point in the preseason, but to actually just see it happen, it is great. And you have to feel good if you're a Giants fan with the way today went. The offensive line looked bad, but I'm not going to judge them off of, 2.5 drives together. The one thing we always see with offensive lines is it takes time. You can't put together an offensive line in free agency because it's too much. They have to be lock and step, on beat, in rhythm. The chemistry has to be there. And the Giants added a bunch of pieces to that puzzle. Whether it was guys who didn't start last year getting more reps, or the rookies they brought in and free agents they brought in, that it's going to take some time. That was the one area that it was glaring that they didn't block very well. And Tyrone Tracy, I don't know what he was doing on that play that Dart got hit, but, forgive and forget. But a very positive first experience for the John Harbaugh Giants. Isaiah Likely, it was nice to see him, and Dart hook up for a pass. I'm very excited about that duo. And then for the Jets, listen, they looked more competent. Again, what does that really mean come the season time? I don't know, but you have to feel good. Frank Reich's offense looked good. He's not going to start. He's fighting for the backup job. But, you see Klubnik play well. That's got to feel good. It felt more cohesive. You got good news about Devondre Sweat today. So there's a bunch of things rolling in a positive direction. And I don't want to hear, I see some guys already talking about, the Jets need to start looking towards next year. They have enough draft capital that if they play well, they could trade up for a top 5 pick to get the quarterback they want. What I want to see, I don't want to hear national pundits. I don't want to hear Jet fans talking about next year. Let's talk about this year. Let's see what happens this year. Let's see if they can be competent and maybe even competitive this year. So that was good. The one thing from that game, I want to see Geno Smith. I mean, it's new team. He's playing behind an offensive line that will be better than what he had last year. He's got a better offensive play caller than he did in Las Vegas. I want to see Geno Smith line up under center and, throw a couple passes. I don't need to see him take 15. I don't need 3-4 drives, but I wanted to see Geno Smith out there. So, obviously, we'll see him at some point. But all around, positive 2 days for New York football. For the Yankees, all around, negative 2 months for them. So, we got to take the positive and the negative, but the Yankees' struggles cannot be hidden anymore. And, somebody pointed out in the chat, too, it's fair to say there's 6 weeks left, and Bellinger and Stanton are the only guys really doing baseball activity. Can we really expect Judge to be back? And I think, yeah, you can. We've seen teams do it with stars before. I'm not saying he will be back, but to say like, oh, how is he going to get activity in? I think at that point, you're going to trot him out there no matter what. And the ramp-up period, yes, is ideal, but I think if you're sitting there and you're the Yankees and Judge is only going to get 6-7 games, why not have him hit in the bigs rather than, rehab in the minors? Can he be that much worse than what you're trotting out there already? Bellinger's going to get time in Somerset. We know that. He'll get, whatever they need, like maybe a week's worth of rehab games. And if he looks good enough, he ends up, playing sooner than later. Stanton will get some at-bats. They're not going to do a whole lot. I think with Stanton, it's just once they see that he can run comfortably, they're going to, expedite that rehab assignment because he's not playing the field. My man, calling from we're talking about the Yankees. My guy Val, calling from the Bronx. What up?
Anthony, the good Gallo, what's going on, man? Missed you, brother.
I missed you too. I had a little revamp period, but I'm back.
That's all right. Everybody needs a recharge. You do you, bro. Especially when you got a brand new young lady that you're looking at holding on to and doing something very, very soon.
Yes,
so, yeah,
I will get into that too. The travel, I am a little bit of a nervous traveler. Not like I'm afraid to fly, but I like to get. Well, I'll get into it later. But yes, she played a big part in that that trip as well. Boy, what do you want to talk about?
So I want to talk some Yankees, and if I can, I'm gonna try to squeeze a little Jets in there as well too, right? But just before I get to that, real quick, because I've been listening to the other callers as well too. It's one thing to identify the offense, and I've been telling y'all for a minute. I've been saying it to y'all. I told y'all a while ago to buckle up because exactly what we've been going through. I kept telling y'all that was coming, okay? But at the same time, people are actually I don't want to say lying, but they're creating facts that are not. I'm sorry, they're not even creating facts. They're creating mistruth because they're saying things on the air that are not true. All right.
What do you mean?
Luis Garcia, since he got here, the first night he got here, he homered. They didn't win that game, but his very first debut night, he homered. And He's been a doubles machine since he's been here. Ramos, okay, as much as he hasn't had, anything to show results, to tell me that he's a strikeout machine and he's up there just without a plan and swinging, the kid has been hitting into some bad luck, and you can see it. He's trying so hard to let people know that he's here, and every time he makes contact, it goes right to somebody in the outfield, or there's somebody that just happens to be standing and gets the line drive. So I'm not saying that he's doing excellent. That's not what I'm saying. But let's not create,
Well, I mean, he struck out
as a team.
I mean, he struck, but he has struck out. The Garcia thing is fair. He's not killing it, but he's been fine, if that's the way you want to look at it. Ramos has struck out a third of his at-bats, and he's hitting 063. There's no defending it. And yes, he's hitting in the bad luck, but that's baseball. That is just what it is.
I know, and the team as a whole is doing that. You know what I mean? I'm gonna move up on it, but I'm just saying, let's not it always gets to a point sometimes where we jump all the way over the bridge and to the far extreme, and that's all I'm saying. Just calm down a minute, But as far as what you were talking about earlier, and this is my Yankees now, there's very much truth in what you're saying. Heyman earlier in the week, right, ran an article in the Post, and he was talking about Tampa Bay, us, and the Red Sox.
Right.
And he showed the as far as the rest of the schedule, strength of schedule. Everybody was in the 400s. You know what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, I think if I remember correctly, Tampa actually had the weakest strength of schedule from now until the end of the season. So, so to some extent, what you're talking about as far as trying to jump somebody to get the division or, being concerned about the Red Sox, we're all forming the same land. There's nothing where they're going to go into a stretch where they've seen a bunch of, rough teams and we're not, and we get to make hay. So I'm saying that to say this. right now, right, my overall general view for my Yankees is, to some extent, we have to get past, like, the distractions that are out there. The whole chasing the division or worried about the Red Sox, whatever. I'm not saying those things don't matter. You know what I'm saying? But right now we have to really focus in and worry about ourselves and do what we need to do to get things right. And hopefully everything else takes care of itself. It means that we jump up in the division and we, Tampa gets on a slide and we hit them. Or we,
you're not going to get a lot of chances at though, Val. You're going to have to. You're going to have to. If they slide, you're going to have to be consistently good for 10, 15 plus games and hope that they are 5 and 10 in a 15-game stretch to make up that ground.
And keep in mind what I'm saying, though. As much as, like, this was the first day in a long time, or in what felt like a minute, where we actually, day 2 or game 2 of a series, we know for a fact we're not winning it. They've been consistent. As much as the offense has, been a problem and we're not getting runs, they've been winning series consistently. And at the very least, day 2, we got a 1-1 and we're going at it. So there is some kind of consistency, and they are trying their best to grind it out. My overall point, what I'm trying to make as far as talking about them specifically and worrying about themselves, think about what's going on. They just got 2 new additions in Garcia and Ramos.
Right.
They got the young kids that they just brought up. You would see it even in Boone when you listen to him in the postgame. And you hear him say stuff, as much as it sounds like frustration, it's actually also truth. He's trying to figure out exactly the guys that he just got in, plus the 2 new guys that he just brought up, plus everybody else who's having problems. So you hear him saying stuff like, I'm trying to shuffle the lineup to see, because they're still trying to figure out exactly what spots these guys fit into.
But
I'm not begging for any grace, but I think they need to really hope that they can work that stuff out.
But this is August. It's August 15th.
I hear you.
What are we can't expect them to. They could have figured it out
No.
for 4 months. We expect them to figure it out in the last month and a half of the season. I understand, and I appreciate the glass half full mentality.
It's not. No. It's not half full. Because I'm just as concerned as worried as everybody else. But what I'm saying is, the way to get around that is you got to lock out all that other stuff with the distraction. Talk about the urgency to try to reach the division. Worrying about the Red Sox.
Well, then I think the division.
I think
the Yankees,
to make sure that
I think the Yankees foul real quick
every single night.
I think the Yankees have given up. Not given up, but I don't think the Yankees are looking at the division. I think the Yankees are looking on solidifying their number 1 wild card and getting home field advantage in that first round.
Well, because essentially what I'm trying to say too is that right now, everything that's going on, you just got to get yourself dealing with the situations that you have, trying to get as much boost for what you have, because even to what all the callers are talking about. We, to some extent, apart from Bellinger, we really don't know what we're getting back with Stanton or Judge. They have to come in as complements to what's going on. So we have to create something. And so all of that is what's going on with Boone trying to shuffle the lineup and all that. He's trying to find anything that he can to hold on to. And that's what's going on.
But I'm not. This isn't a Boone. I'm not making this. And Val, I appreciate the call, man. You're the man. I appreciate you, dude. I'm not making this a Boone problem. I think that Boone is going to get blamed. What is he supposed to do at this point? If he shuffles the lineup, do we think that's going to be the magic elixir? Is that what we think it is? I don't understand where this team is going. We're talking about roster makeup. If you're going to put this on Boone, do we really think they are in that position? And someone in the chat, Metsodopian, I hope I didn't just say something wrong. Do you think the Yankees punted on the trade deadline because they knew they didn't have the bats to make a serious run? So why trade for pitching or a real bat? I don't think they were ever going to trade for a big, bullpen arm. I thought they were. If they would have, it would have been smaller pieces. I don't think they punted on the deadline. I don't think they punted on the deadline because they didn't think they were good enough. I think they punted on the deadline because they're afraid to make a big move and ship out pieces. Take away Lombard. They weren't trading Lombard. I think they punted on the deadline because they didn't want to give up any of these young pieces, and they were okay with, they thought they were good enough. I think that my biggest thing was, did they think Judge, and if they didn't think Judge was going to come back this year, why wouldn't they have just been honest about that? So I think they think Judge is coming back. So I don't think it's that. And you heard Boone say, whether it was earlier today or yesterday, I can't remember, that they were going to trade, or that they are going to get Aaron Judge back. Why would, in my opinion, why wouldn't they go after it then? The one reason they don't is because Brian Cashman probably thought this roster was better than it actually was, and he was too afraid to give up. They were never trading George Lombard, but whether it was a LeGrand or Spencer Jones or one of these top prospects, or maybe teams didn't like those prospects, but they didn't make a move, and it's not an excuse. The injuries aren't an excuse, and the way they operated at the deadline is not acceptable. The catching position would have been upgraded by default if you went out and made a move. And then for Cashman to come out here and say, oh, pieces weren't moved, that's insane. And somebody else pointed out Luke Weaver got dealt for a decent high A prospect and an unranked player. Yeah, I'm curious if I don't know if the Mets operate like this. I'm curious if one of the NL East teams came offering, or if the Yankees came offering, if they would have demanded more from those teams. But it's a fair point. In the criticism of Cashman, but also to this person's point in the chat, the Yankees' problem is not their bullpen. The Yankees' problem is their offense. So you're right. Yes, that guy, he got moved for nothing. But they couldn't. Tyrone Taylor was packaged with Clay Holmes, and the Mets got a decent haul for those two players. You're telling me the Yankees couldn't have gone out and gotten someone slightly better than Tyrone Taylor, or even Tyrone Taylor, who was the hottest player in baseball when he got traded, as crazy as that sounds, and not had to give it up a lot? That's my problem. You could have made moves like the Luis Garcia move, like the Ramos move. Even if you were never going to get a superstar, you could have made those moves to make yourself better. But now you have to rely on Ryan McMahon. You have to rely on Austin Wells. Caballero is a good player, but he should be a complementary piece, a bench player that can fill in any day at any position. And then you have to rely on Spencer Jones and George Lombard, who you have a lot of expectations for, but you're putting them in a position now where they have to save the team. I always go back to, and it was different this year because the Mets didn't do that. When they called up their young players, I actually think the one of the few areas Stearns and the Mets management has gotten it right this year is the handling of young players. I think AJ Ewing and Carson Bench, they called them up, and they didn't call them up at times where we expected them to save the season. They were just getting, obviously Bench was up here forever, but they were calling them up with the hopes of easing them into the team. But if you remember, when they called Brett Beatty up, he was called up in a gigantic Brave series. And Alvarez that year got called up the last week of the season, and I thought that was a hindrance to them. Last year, they waited too long, in my opinion, to call up Nolan McLean. But when they did, it wasn't necessarily like, they were still in a playoff spot. There wasn't this thought that Nolan McLean was going to save them. He didn't, but that's not his fault. But that wasn't the thought. My fear is you call up these players out of necessity. You had to call them up. But now you've put them in a position where they have to save the team because you didn't do enough at the deadline. And maybe the George Lombard call-up was literally, hey, we didn't make enough moves. We got to do something. We got to dangle this shiny object in front of the fan base. And I hope it wasn't that. And I hope it was they thought he's ready and he could contribute on the big league level. But that was a tough place to put them in. I just can't. I would love. We're not getting documentaries or anything like that, and we'll probably never get a front office type documentary ever again after that one Giants Hard Knocks, which I think was the best Hard Knocks ever. With obviously Giant fans remember Mara, the comments about Barkley, all that. I would love to just sit in those meetings and see what was offered or what they offered or where they drew the line and how they didn't come up with something else this deadline. You didn't address catcher. You didn't address third base. You didn't address the outfield, in my opinion, well enough. And yes, you could say Garcia was, instead of getting the third, you get a guy like Luis Garcia and he's got positional versatility, but you didn't do enough. And not only didn't you do enough, you had players that were simply underperforming. Trent Grisham's been fine the last couple of weeks, but Jazz has been terrible all season. That creates another hole in the lineup that is there to address. I can live with them not getting a bullpen arm. I can live with them not chasing, Therese Skubal, as some Yankee fans wanted them to. But to not go out there and get any sort of offensive help after Garcia, because I don't view Ramos as offensive help. He's a guy who's supposed to give you versatility off the bench, defense, could run the bases, that kind of stuff. Garcia is the only guy you brought in. And he has been fine. He hasn't been great. And I think with the overall struggles of the team, it has made his start look slower than it actually was. But it's unacceptable that they let it get to this. And now there may not be a way out of this. I've been kind of fair, I feel like, with the way I've assessed this team all season. And maybe I've given them too much of the benefit of the doubt. But to think now they're just magically going to come back, Bellinger, Stanton, hopefully Judge, as they seem to be confident he will be back at some point, and they're just going to magically fix everything just like that. And we don't know if Stanton's going to stay healthy. At any moment, he could get hurt. We don't know if there's going to be some adjustment period after their rehabs and they get called up for them to be back in the thick of things. We just don't know, and it's tough to project that they're going to just slide in and hit the ground running. Adley Rutschman gets traded to the Red Sox, and I know that he isn't. Again, it would have been an upgrade by default if you got any player at the catching position that was having a halfway decent season, because they've gotten nothing from the catching position. But now we're sitting here and we're searching for answers from a team that doesn't have them. And their only answers, and I'm sure we always used to laugh about this with the Mets, a part of Cashman's thought was, well, we're going to get, it's like getting a trade, getting Stanton back, getting Judge back, getting Bellinger back, getting Rodon back. But that's not going to fix this. They're going to have to do off the backs of their pitching. 888-808-1019. We'll get into the football conversation in a bit. It's just exciting to see that sport back. And maybe, I've enjoyed, I hate to admit it, I've enjoyed watching the Mets the last couple of weeks. And maybe I'm talking myself back into, if there's a baseball season next year, maybe some positive things happening in Queens. We'll get to that. All this, Anthony Gallo, back after this.
Your NFL destination station is The Fan.
What John Harbaugh will do, he'll hold everybody else accountable. So if Jackson has a bad game, it's not going to be about Jaxson Dart and his bad game. It's going to be about, I guess, the fault of everybody else on the team.
NFL MVP Boomer Esiason and Giants legend Tiki Barber hit you with the most informed opinions, taking you inside the team facility and inside the huddle like no one else can.
If Kate Klubnik comes in and he understands the system, he plays well in the preseason, there's no reason he shouldn't be playing if Geno Smith is playing like Geno Smith has played the last couple of years.
The greats talk shop with you here all season long on your home for everything NFL. 1019 FM WFAN.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying.
Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominate in Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Telling yourself it's just a short drive is all it takes. A DUI, a crash, even a fatal crash can happen anywhere. It's a risk, no matter the distance. Buzzed or high, get a ride. Never drive. A message from the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. New shoes, new clothes, brand new grade. Switch to Verizon to make sure their tech keeps up. This back-to-school season, buy or bring any Android phone and get a Samsung Galaxy tablet on Verizon. Get your kids ready for the school year without breaking the bank. Visit Verizon.com or your local store today. Bring an Android phone or purchase a new phone with device payment on postpaid service plan required. $329.99 tablet device payment purchase with new line on $20 per month tablet plan for 36 months required. Less $330 tablet promo credit applied over 36 months. Additional taxes, fees, and terms apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here, and school's about to start, and you know what's coming. Fees, supplies, sports, all of it. And the last thing you need is your phone bill creeping up too. That's why I love Red Pocket Mobile. No sneaky rate hikes, no surprise increases on your plan. 20 years they've been doing it that way, and you get your pick of all 3 nationwide 5G networks. Right now, their back-to-school sale gets you up to 4 months free on an annual plan. Visit redpocketmobile.com today. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate ultimate cell carrier.
Agree with us? Disagree with us? Even better. Talk Jets, Giants, Yankees, and Mets. Call the Fan and get in the game. 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Your streaming home to watch the NFL on CBS all season long.
Body terribly. Starting with, obviously, Fridays are always Pizza Friday. Craig, brings the pizza in-house. Prince Street comes. So I had a couple of slices. I had, a couple of slices there. But then Justin Pugh came in at 5 o'clock, and he brought in this pizza. And you had a slice, right, Alex? He brought in pizza from this bougie, very trendy pizzeria, which is Craig said it's the hardest place to get pizza from. And I had, I can't be mean. I have to, he offered me pizza. I grew up in an Italian household. If somebody offers you something, you take it, whether you're not hungry or not. So I had a couple more slices. So I think I was at about 4, if I'm being honest, 5 slices throughout the day. And, my brother's birthday was Monday. We go out last night, him and his buddies and some of my cousins, and we go out to this dinner. This place was a dinner place, and then it turns into a party. And I'm 7 years older than everybody, at least 7 years older than everybody I'm with. And, my brother hits me up on Monday, hey, we're going to go out on Friday for my birthday. You want to come out? I'm like, sure. And then he hits me up later in the week. Oh, reservations are at 10. Right there, red flag. 10 o'clock reservations for me. And I'm not old, but 10 o'clock, I was like, what are we doing here? So anyway, I'm looking to have fun. We go out, and it's a prefixed menu. You get it was 2 appetizers. It was family style, so everyone's getting 2 appetizers, the 3 entrees. So now I have to be pushing 7,000 calories on the day. And then the drinks start flowing. And I realized my age at this point, that I cannot keep up with the 25, 26, 27, 28-year-olds I'm hanging out with. And by the end of the night, I'm stumbling into my apartment, and I'm asking my fiance why everything's moving. And it was just a rough night into the morning. But I had fun, but I felt very old by the end of it. It started off blast, and then I was like, man, I'm washed up, and I ate too much. So last night I was suffering from the drinking, and then today I could feel that, you almost get that weird taste in your mouth when you eat too much. So the place was awesome, but I'm not bottle service, all that, not cut out for it. I am, 10 o'clock dinner reservations, if they're only dinner, is still pushing it, let alone dinner, then a party. And when we left, they were going on to an after party. And I was like, I need to take my butt home and go rest. I am done. I am one more drink away from, falling on my face in public. But it was fun. I haven't, gone out like that in a while. And, they all reminded me how much older I was than all of them. But if you don't hear it in my voice, I'm playing injured today. 888-808-1019. The pizza was fire, though, right, Alex?
Yeah, it was really good.
You had the vodka slice, right?
Yeah.
Which was good, but they had this other slice with andouille on it, and I don't know, it was balsamic. It was crazy. I think he said he paid $60 for it, and I'm sure ex-NFL player, that's $10 for him. But it was a fire piece of pizza. I'll probably never have it again because I'm not waiting in line for pizza, but definitely worth it. And it was not, my night might have been better too if I didn't have the 6 slices of pizza before dinner. And I'm texting Hoff. Hoff's making fun of me. He goes, this feels like the worst decision you've ever made. And I was like, yes, I'm going to pay for it. And then this morning, it felt like I had eaten 10,000 calories. And then it was dessert. I can't pass up the dessert. And mind you, to show the difference in age and also, I guess, relationship status, because, I'm not out there playing the field, they're partying and they're bringing the dessert out. And I'm like, no one's eating the dessert? We paid all this money. I guess I'm going to eat the dessert. And I ate about, me and my cousin ate about dessert for about 10 dudes. So 888-808-1019. That's where we're at. Somebody who knows about overeating, my guy, Tommy in Astoria. What's up, Tommy?
Yeah, hello. What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I had it. It's funny. I was hitting a piece of my heart yesterday myself, but here in Astoria. But I tried something with my daughters. I went out and I got a slice of pizza from 4 different places. We did a taste test.
Oh, that's awesome.
I went to,
what's the big pizzeria in Astoria? It's not so. Whenever I go to Astoria, it's always we're either getting Spanish food or Greek food.
Oh, there's so many. I mean, there used to be a place on Steinway called Rizzo's, which is good. They have little square size slices. If you're in the main drag in Astoria on Broadway, a block away from the train, you go to Dino's. Dino's is on the corner.
Okay.
They've been there forever. Good steady slice. But hey, listen. Did you ever do the apple crumb pie like I told you?
No, believe me, I wrote it down. I haven't done it yet. I haven't done anything.
I know. Hey, listen, you got to have a day like that just so you remember what it's not worth it.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it to the point, Tommy, that I was in such rough shape that my brother was texting me at 6, and he's like, "How you feeling? Are you still going into work today?" I'm like, "Yeah." What are you talking about? Yes.
Yeah. I had a day last week. I met my buddies to watch an afternoon. The last game, the Mets played against Cleveland. So I said, "Oh yeah, I'll go out. I'll meet you at 2:00." Well, I got home at 8:00. So needless to say, I can't do that. I'm 60. I can't do this stuff anymore. But anyway, about our Mets. Listen, let's not be too positive here to revoke our Mets fan clubs if we're too positive.
Well, I mean, and Tommy, it's so funny because when I was away, I was getting annoyed they were winning games, and my fiance's like, "Shouldn't you be happy?" I'm like, "I am happy."
You gotta be happy, man.
Well, it wasn't like I was annoyed, but I was sitting there and I'm like, they couldn't do this all season. But now I find myself, obviously you're in that motion where there's no pressure. If they lose, it's like whatever. You just go on to the next day. But Carson Bench throwing that guy out today, and the young guys getting hits. He's a
ball player.
He's lived up to everything that they've said. He was never supposed to be a superstar, but he has lived up to everything. Ewing is exciting. You even see that Alvarez is playing a little looser. It just the pitching is great, and it sucks that none of this matters right now. But I can't lie, I'm a little excited about what maybe I want to use that very strongly there. What maybe is growing out of these young players.
Right. Well, I just like the fact I spoke to you a month ago before the deadline. My biggest worry is that we were going to clean house, which we did, and then we were going to go the rest of the year and go 60 and 102. Be a total abomination. I think it's great we're putting a respectable product out there, showing a little heart. And listen, Gary Cohen has said this from day one. This team goes as Lindor goes.
Yes.
You can talk about everything else. And, a lot of things went into where we are this year, having a horrible year. But the two main culprits were the pitching at the beginning of the year and Lindor having his bad, start because of the hand injury and then being out for 40 games. That did us in. I mean, everything else, you talk about the core and everything. It's still Lindor's team, and it's good to see him do this. Sooner or later, the only thing I'll say is he is going to have to move off shortstop. But you know what? We deal with that when we have to deal with that. There's a lot of talking to prospects. This kid Voit, who was their number one prospect last year, this kid's 21. This kid's tearing it up.
That's the Michigan kid, right?
But that's the Michigan kid. This kid looks like something out of Central Casting. Good looking kid, line drive hitter. Fast, can play second and short.
Well, and the kid they got from the Cubs is playing really well too. Obviously, you got to see it on the big league level, but it's something.
They're up to their eyeballs in infield prospects. They got this little second baseman Petrie in the Tampa Bay deal.
Yeah.
They got this other kid from Pittsburgh who's in Brooklyn. I don't want to say his name wrong. Scapora. They're loaded with it. Even this kid Amick, who they got from the Twins, is hitting a home run every night. So let's see. I mean, I know this year's over. There's no run. It's just nice to see. I'm still going to a couple games. I plan on going out there Tuesday night. It's nice to see respectable product. And listen, and we're playing teams that have things to play for. Wouldn't you love to see them knock Philly out of the playoffs? They play Philly for 4 games in September. How great would that be to knock Philly out? Or maybe take the Yankees down to Vegas in September.
Well, I just want to play spoilers for everyone, and I want them to play well. This is not, and Tommy, I appreciate the call, dude. I always love talking to you. This is not other sports. Tanking is. I don't get it in baseball. Tanking is stupid, and I'm not talking about rebuilding. I'm talking about teams what you're gonna get the number one pick, and we won't see the number one pick for 4 years. So I think it's stupid, but I have no desire to just roll over and die if I'm the Mets. I want to see them, spoil some people's seasons. And listen, I don't know what next year's going to bring. I don't know if we're going to have a season, but I don't know what next year's going to bring. But looking at Benj and Ewing, looking at, McLean, Thornton, and Scott, and then Soto and Lindor, I can't help but start to buy in a little bit. And Senga's now pitching out of the pen looking decent. I'm not trusting him, ever, but it is something. But watching these guys play, I can't help it. I've enjoyed it. and I haven't enjoyed a lot this season. This is the most I've enjoyed watching the Mets since like the second week of the season. And it's more, I'm not sitting here telling you I'm locked in on every pitch now. I'm more locked in on the Yankees and my MLB, league pass. I'm more locked in on that just because I want some stakes in the games I'm watching. But the Mets are on every night in my house, and it's been more enjoyable the past 2 weeks than normally. Even in the losses, McClain pitched good the other night. They lost, but it's like, all right, after that little slump that he had, he's fine. Thornton the other day did not have his best stuff, and he was able to get a good start out of it. Christian Scott has been good. Watching Benj and Ewing play is exciting. They're not superstars, but they're really good players. They're pieces that can help you win. And there's a lot. They're going to have to address the rotation next year because you only have 3 guys. Let's say, and you're going to have to trust 3 young, inexperienced players, but you got those 3 guys. They're going to have to address the pen. They're going to have to address the offense. There is one thing I thought was interesting that Tommy said, but he's mentioned how the team goes as Lindor goes, and I always felt that way. But it is crazy to see that they don't thrive the same way when they are led by Soto. And it's not me blaming Soto. It's just how much of it is leadership and how much of it is timing and bad luck versus good luck. I don't know that Soto is like a problem, but it is crazy to see when in Lindor's Mets career, when he's playing good, the team plays well. We've watched Soto now have a half a season last year and a half a season this year where he was incredible, and it doesn't seem to affect winning. He doesn't come up with the timely hits. I'm not blaming him, but the one thing we're going to need to see next year, even with all the positivity I was just talking about with this team, the one thing we're going to need to see with Soto and Lindor is them play together and them thrive together. That is where we're going to have to see this team really, for me to really see them take a leap. I love the young players. Separately, I love Soto and Lindor. I've always been a Lindor defender, and I know that's not the most popular thing this year. But we're going to have to see them both be healthy and both thrive together at the same time. It is what it is. And I don't want to see, I hear all these people make excuses. This team was not built well. And I am not forgiving Stearns. This is not a pro-Stearns conversation. This is David Stearns, I'm more so focused on and I know Diaz has struggled, so it's tough to even look back on that, but more so focused on the Alonso stuff. But even post Nimmo, Alonso, Diaz leaving, what he did after that was also a mistake. And I don't trust him in the offseason to make the right moves. That's where I really am concerned, and it holds back from me getting any kind of excitement on this team. It's the thing that bothers me the most is, do we think he's going to be the right talent evaluator or the guy to pull the trigger on the right pieces? And also what happens with Bo Bichette. Of course, this guy comes out of nowhere and starts to hit when the season's over. He's the one guy who's played from start to finish. And once the season was out of whack, he decided, I'm going to start hitting again. Not decided, but you know what I'm saying. And now is he going to opt in? You have to almost pray, because I think the Mets can figure it out without Bo Bichette. But you almost have to pray that this guy hits so well at the end of the season that he does opt out. Because do you want to tie up $42 million next year, if there's a season, into a guy that we can't trust to get the job done? 888-808-1019. Limo driver Ed, what's going on, dude?
Hey, Mr. Gallo, wine before his time. I got you, brother.
What's going on, dude?
All right, man, listen. Real quick, before I get to my Jets thing, real quick on the Mets. Like Soto, got all these young kids there, man. He's got to step up and be a leader. Him and Lindor. You don't need no captain.
Yeah,
but these guys,
I agree.
You got a young nucleus, man, that can come. I'm saying right now.
And I think that they have. I will say this. I don't know what the deal is with them personally, Lindor and Soto. I've seen them both separate times, multiple times this year, taking these young guys to the side and picking their brains or giving them tips. Really trying to mold them in a positive light. So I think their leadership issues are with each other and not with the actual whole sum of the team.
Well, you know what, man? They're getting paid good money as us fans. Keep that up, okay? You got to play each other. You guys got to get together with each other. I don't know if it's a different thing, nationality or whatever it is, but you know what? You're getting paid. You're grown men. Stop acting like you're a kid. You're not.
Right, 100%.
Just stop. You know what I'm saying? Come on, grow up. Now, also, too, boy, on my Jets, we did so much. Listen, I was telling, Evan and all them guys when I be calling in all the time, and I always said, that kid, from Miami, that we should have grabbed him up, man, and we much as they saying we need a quarterback and all these different things. We've had, though, you can't keep passing up on these quarterbacks because next year is not guaranteed. And the way our team do look with Allen, with the guys, Bryce and everybody back there, I think my Jets going to have a good year, man.
I think they're going to be. I don't know what their final outcome is, Ed, but I think they're going to be a lot better. I think as much as people don't believe in Geno Smith, we've seen him 2 years ago be a very serviceable quarterback. And last year he played behind the worst offensive line in football. This Jets offensive line is going to be a strength of theirs. It's not going to be a weakness. And I think just off of that alone, they're going to get a boost from the quarterback play.
And that's one thing. And also, too, with our young rookie, Bailey. I watched him. He's a little bit too fast. You got to watch when he goes up because quarterback can step right on out. He's going to learn that.
Right.
It's not college no more. And I seen he got double teamed a lot. So other guys on that line is going to step up.
Well, I think, Ed, I appreciate the call. Great call. I think that's a good thing. He's getting double teamed right now because you're not running your full assortment of pieces out there. I know the Jets' pass rush is going to be lacking, but you don't have Tavondre Sweat. You're going out there. Will McDonald, I don't know how many snaps he played. I know he got a sack, but I don't know how many snaps he played. So you take that as a positive. He's going to take away from the preseason if they double him a lot. That is one thing he could take to the season. If you're playing against a fourth string practice squad left tackle, I don't think you're doing much of growing in that situation, even if that guy's playing for his career. But it's something to see, and I liked a little bit of the glimpses we saw from Omar Cooper. I'm not, I don't need to see anything from Garrett Wilson. Or if the Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall only played like 5 more snaps the rest of the preseason, I'd be fine. I don't need to see anything else from them. I don't know how much it says about the actual player, but Cade Klubnik and Brady Cook actually looked serviceable in these preseason games. So I think that says something about Frank Reich's ability to get these guys ready. But that's it. I don't know. I'm not taking anything out of this game and overblowing it. And even with the Giants game, I was just happy to see Jaxson Dart not just be healthy, but immediately come back after, getting his rhythm shaken up, getting hit, and then having to go into the tent. And he came back and, delivered a good ball. And, even Jameis Winston on the one play to Singletary. You see Singletary gets in the mix. You saw Scadaboo get in the mix at times. That's the positives. I don't know how much I'm going to take away from this team as a whole. I always go back to this as a Broncos fan. Nathaniel Hackett, Russell Wilson, their first season together, or their only season together, I think they went undefeated in the preseason. And it's like I took nothing from that because then they were terrible the second week 1 started. So you have to, the positives are what you're seeing when it comes to, does it look sloppy? Does it look competent and well-oiled? And then the other thing is, what do you take from your young players stepping out there? Do they look like they're following what they need to follow? And then for me, most of the preseason, I have the 2 sides of preseason. I get excited the first couple drives because football's back. Then it's get the starters off the field. And then I'm watching for position battles and roster battles. And that's about it. The rest of the preseason is I'm watching guys that might get cut or might make the team, and I'm praying no one else gets hurt. I think the Odell Beckham storyline, not just in this market, but as a storyline all across football, because most of the guys that are battling for roster spots are unknowns. I do think that is a interesting story because he is someone who, like the last time we saw him playing at his height was a half a football away from maybe being the MVP of the Super Bowl. And then he gets hurt, the whole story. And now he's battling for his NFL career, essentially. So it's interesting. And it was cool when he stepped on the field. He made some plays. But when he stepped on the field and saw some action, actually the crowd's reception to him was great. But he had the 2 catches and then the one that he missed. But fun start for both teams. It's exciting. And then to put it this way, I'm watching, Fernando Mendoza played well. I'm not sitting there telling myself that guy's going to be a stud. I think he'll be good, but you can't take too much from that. But then also, it's okay to get excited when you see these things. If you're a Giants fan, you should be excited that you saw Jaxson Dart look good and look like he hadn't missed a beat, and you saw Cam Scadaboo healthy. You got to see some of your new pieces, like Fields, like Likely, whether it's the rookies or free agent signings. You got to see those pieces put it together. So it's fun. It's exciting. Football's back. We're about to get into one of the most exciting parts of the sports calendar, the baseball pennant race, then the playoffs, and the start of the football season, college football. And then eventually we'll get to October. And not only will we have NFL, college football, and Major League Baseball in the playoffs, hockey will be back, and the Knicks will be raising a banner. It's beautiful. 888-808-1019. I got you for 3 more hours, all the way till midnight, until the great Al Cintron. Then stay tuned. We'll come back. We'll talk about this and a whole host of other things. Anthony Gallo back after this.
It's the Carton Show with Craig Carton and Chris McMonigal. Afternoons 2 to 7 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Happy to have with us now, coach of the New York Jets, Aaron Glenn.
I love calling defense. I love being involved in that aspect. But man, just to be able to call it and just be able to have a defense that you can quickly fix an issue, because I know a defense like the back of my hand. There's nothing feels better than that.
Get the Carton Show on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Yankees fans! Join us at Yankee Stadium on Friday, August 21st, as the Yankees take on the Toronto Blue Jays. And don't miss Cody Bellinger Bobblehead Night, presented by T-Mobile. The first 18,000 guests through the gates will take home an exclusive Cody Bellinger bobblehead. Get here early, grab the giveaway, and cheer on the Bronx Bombers. Tickets are available now at Yankees.com/tickets.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Orgavattazona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand, so shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
If you're injured in an accident, the Rothenberg Law Firm is on your side. A legendary team that has won billions over 5 decades. The Rothenberg Law Firm. 1-800-624-8888 or injurylawyer.com.
No matter what you drive, having the right tire matters. So take control with a new set of Bridgestone tires from Town Fair Tire. You'll choose from the area's largest selection of Bridgestone tires, and you'll get the Bridgestone tire you need at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair will give you more free services than all other tire dealers, clubs, or online sites. Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
It's 5 o'clock. Your employees are headed home, but you're still updating spreadsheets, switching between software, and wondering where the day went. There's a better way. Odoo brings accounting, sales, inventory, CRM, and more together in one fully integrated platform. So you spend less time managing software and more time running your business, because your workday should end eventually. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
The Rico Brogna podcast on the Odyssey app is proudly sponsored by Mio Sparkling Sake, the official sake of the New York Mets. Enjoy at Citi Field or your favorite spot. A new tradition in sake. Mio Sparkling Sake.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
We're back. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. You know, I got a little reset last week. You know, we'll get back into the Yankees, Mets, Giants, Jets, all of that. And also, you know, we didn't dive into it earlier, but I do want to give some of the other, if you saw Joshua Baez in his Major League debut, 3 for 4, his first 3 at-bats, hitting a home run. And I prefaced the question, you know, earlier in the show, is that the greatest, not just baseball, is that the greatest debut for a rookie ever? And we'll get into a few of those as well. But, you know, you travel a lot, Alex, so maybe you can relate to this. I am for a lack of, I'm very, you know, antsy when I travel. So I like to get to the airport early. Like, I like to make sure we're there, we're safe. You know, domestic flight, I want to be there like an hour and a half, 2 hours early. Like, at least in security, 2 hours early. Like, so we're safe, we're sound, all of that. And we were just going to Florida. You know, if it's an international flight, I don't care if I get through security quick. I'm there 3.5, 4 hours before the flight, because especially if I'm in the other country. Like when I flew out of Madrid, my fiance was fighting me. Why do we have to show up 4 hours early? We showed up 4 hours early and barely made our flight because of, you know, just issues with the check-in, customs, all that. So I'm very much like this. And my fiance loves to stress me out. And it's not just also getting through security and getting there on time. It's also if you got carry-ons and you're not in, you know, an expensive, you know, you didn't pay for priority boarding or you're not one of the first few groups, you want to make sure you're putting your stuff overhead. And she decides on our flight home 3 minutes before boarding to say, you know what, I think I'm going to change into my sweatsuit. You know, we had jeans. We're in Florida. It's 9,000 degrees out. She decides right as we're boarding that she's going to go change into her sweatsuit, and I can't go on the flight with 4 bags. She's going to tell me to check them. And I'm sitting there freaking out now. And she's just strolling like there's no care in the world. And it feels like every time we go somewhere, it's, you know, this is why she made it back in time, but part of me was hoping she didn't, so I could just be, see, this is why we do this. We show up early. Like I said, in that flight to Madrid, we showed up 4 hours early and made it to the gate with 10 minutes to spare. So, you travel internationally a lot. You don't have any the PSA pre-check or anything like that, right?
I have
global
I think I do,
entry.
actually. I know I have when coming back I have the global entry.
Okay. But you guys, or maybe your dad's like this, do you guys show up super early to fly, even if it's not internationally, domestically?
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay. I am that way. I have to. I want to know I'm there, and if something happens, I can adjust. Because
I also you just don't know how long the line is.
You don't. And JFK, coming back is a disaster. If you don't have a car, I don't. So we have to Uber, and now you have to take the train to Howard Beach to get to the Uber parking lot.
Yeah, I take the what is it called? The
Sky train or whatever.
Yeah,
right? But you have to. It used to be you could just call the Uber from the terminal you're at. Now they make you take it, and it's a small 2-cart train. The air train. They make you take it to Howard Beach now if you're Ubering. If I was by myself, I would have just taken the train home. I would have went to Jamaica, transferred to the A, and went home. But now they make you take it to Howard Beach, and it's a small 2-cart train, and there's 9,000 people with their luggage getting on. The airport employees are getting on. So it's a disaster. But, JFK getting through security is usually fine. I know there was a couple problems earlier in the year, but I still want to be there early.
My most recent trip, I found out it was a domestic flight, and I didn't bring my passport, but apparently you need, your ID has to be...
The real ID.
Yeah, but, I didn't know that.
Wow.
So I had to pay a fee.
While you were there?
No, they're like, oh, your ID is not, there's a word
But they let you through by paying a fee?
Yeah.
Oh, see, I'm on top of this.
But the thing is, I had TSA pre-check.
Yeah, but I think it's just the ID is, I don't know. It's all it is. I have it. It's a star on your ID.
I don't have that.
Yeah, and I do because I handle stuff. But my fiance didn't have it, so I was like, you need your passport. Because the last thing I need is we're about to go through security and they're like, she can't go. She doesn't have the right ID.
My trip was long enough for it to last till the last day for that fee to hold up when I'm coming back. So I only have to pay the
And it was domestic, obviously, because you need your passport to fly.
Yeah.
Otherwise. But yeah, I'm ahead of all of that. I'm a big, whether I'm traveling with my family.
You always check in before, on your way to the airport, too.
I'm checked in the day before.
Yeah.
I'm checked in the day before. The bags are paid for. I know exactly which gate we have to get to, what we need to get through. I also enjoy whether if they want me to. It's obviously everyone's involved. But if I travel, I've traveled with our friend Stu before. I like to plan the trip. If they don't have a preference and they're cool with me planning stuff, my fiance, I normally will plan the stuff out. She just tells me what she wants to do. I enjoy it. But part of that, I know exactly what I need when I get there. I'm on top of it. But the last thing I need, for example, first time I flew internationally besides going to Italy once as a kid was when I went with my fiance, our first trip, we went to London. I didn't know, and I guess this is a thing in the U.S., but they don't enforce it. You need all your liquids in a clear plastic bag. When you travel through Heathrow. To go through security, your carry-on liquids have to be in this clear plastic bag. And we didn't know that. And we show up, and she's got makeup and hair stuff and every liquid she could have ever. And then we're panicking, and we're on the floor at Heathrow opening up the bag. What can we put in the luggage? What do we have a plastic bag? And they give it to you, and it's tiny. And then they're not letting you through because I forgot to put my chapstick in there. It was crazy. So I try to avoid those at any step. And I think you have to do it now internationally coming back if you're flying from Europe. I think. I don't remember what happened when we went to London in October. I think we just did it, and they didn't give us a problem. And then apparently you have to do it domestically, but they didn't check. I didn't do it this time, and they didn't do it. But I hate those little hiccups. I had one moment where I traveled with a friend, and they almost made us late because we had an issue at security, and I was like, never again. Well, I will never again deal with this problem in my life. So I'm all over it. If you would have traveled with me, I would have told you, bring your passport. You need the real ID. You don't have it, bring your passport. And I need to do TSA or pre-check and global entry because it just seems to save everyone.
Global entry is so easy.
Well, and we went to Florida, and we did a couple of days with my dad in Sarasota, and then we did Disney. And I never thought about how I was just going to Uber, and then they said like, oh, there's a shuttle from Disney, you call it. But they were picking us up 2 hours before the flight, and I'm like, all right, now we're pushing it. And then we get to the airport, and I'm starting to panic a little bit because we only have like an hour and a half to get to the gate. And then after we check our bags, I'm like running over, and we realize it says on the security 2 minutes to get through. And my fiance's like, why are we running around like crazy people right now? We have enough time to get through. And we did. But yeah, I am that person. And then she loves to stress me out in those moments. But I would rather sit in the airport and eat way too expensive Chick-fil-A and kill some time watching Netflix or playing a game on my laptop than showing up last minute and panicking. I see people run through the airport late for their flights, and it gives me anxiety. If that was ever me, it gives me the most anxiety. So that's where we are in that trip. It was a great trip, though. You know, we did Sarasota was awesome. It was 7,000 degrees everywhere we went. I somehow came back with no color, but that's a whole nother story. I was lathered up every day, whether I wanted to or not, in sunscreen. And then we did Disney, which is always fun. I'm a big kid, so going there is fun. We did Animal Kingdom, did the Safari View. I was watching the Rams beat the crap out of each other at night, and then the zebras were biting and kicking each other. It was like watching a boxing match. But I digress. But I'm a crazy traveler when it comes to that. 888-808-1019. Andrew in California. What's going on, Andrew?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
I'm good. How are you, man?
I'm doing good. Yeah, I'm a transplant. I moved over here from California, from New Jersey. I'm a Mets fan, so the Mets aren't doing too well, as you know. But I was watching the Dodgers, and Mizraelski just struck out Ohtani and Freeman back-to-back after giving up 2 singles and a walk. He's pitching fantastically. So I just want your opinion on the playoffs for that, and also about the Jets, about Breece Hall. What do you think his potential is for this year?
Well, I think Breece Hall is a top, just off the top of my head, I would have to go through, but he's a top 5 to 10 running back in the league, Andrew, and I think that the Jet fans should be excited he's back. I think that with a better he's a guy who can catch the ball, but just off the benefit of I'm not even talking about him getting the ball in the passing game, having a better passing attack is going to open up so many lanes for him, and they will end up being a tremendous, I think they're going to be a better dual threat offense. I think they're going to have a little bit more of a passing attack with a better quarterback. As much as a lot of you don't like Geno, he is better than what the Jets have trotted out there last year. And the ground game was good. And they have a guy, as a Broncos fan, I was hoping Breece Hall was a potential target for them. Even Mark Schlereth was talking about it. He's a special player. I'm only saying top 10 because he may even be top 5, but I'd have to really go through the running backs in the league. He's an explosive threat every time he touches the ball. I really think that if the Jets stay healthy, if their offensive line specifically stays healthy, if they can involve Garrett Wilson, Omar Cooper, flawlessly with Geno Smith, their run game is going to be dangerous, not just off of the backs of Breece Hall, but also Allen, who looks like a monster out there. Like, he is shredded. And it's a good contrast between the two of them. I think they have a special chance to have a really good running attack. Now, I don't know how good their defense is. Very suspect. I'm very nervous, about the overall depth of their, defensive roster. But they're going to be better. Now, does that mean they're 7-8 wins? Sure. That could mean that. Does it mean they're competing for a playoff spot? Not necessarily, but they are going to be a better football team. They're going to be a better offense. And the other thing that I haven't mentioned in this moment was they also got Frank Reich, who, whether you think he is a great offensive mind or not, he is a good play caller. He's a former head coach, and I thought he was a decent head coach. And he is going to run a tight ship, and their offense is going to just look well-oiled and much better than it did previously due to that. It's part of – it's a growing process. Now, Jeff fans, I don't know how much it makes you happy if you say, oh, they go out there and they win 8 games and they miss the playoffs, or they win 7 games and they miss the playoffs. I'm sure most of you will not just be happy with that, but that means growth. That means they're building something. If they look competent and they're in games, if they're in a lot of games, maybe every game they have a fighter's chance, like you're going to feel a lot better. And maybe it doesn't completely buy in the fan base to Aaron Glenn, but it definitely puts you in a position where you're seeing something grow. I thought they had a good free agency. I thought they had a great draft. I want to see Kenyon Sadiq, out there. I want to see Omar Cooper out there, Mitchell, and Garrett Wilson, along with the 2 running backs. And my confidence in Geno Smith is not that I think he's an excellent quarterback. It's that when he played in Seattle with some weapons and a good offensive line, he thrived. He had his 2 best seasons as an NFL quarterback. Coming to the Jets, he's going to have a better offensive line than he did in Vegas. He's going to have more weapons than he did in Vegas. Gentry was fine, but they couldn't do anything behind that offensive line. And Brock Bowers was their only pass weapon. So there is this level of the Jets' quarterback play was so bad last year that Geno Smith is an upgrade over that, even if he isn't good. And if he is what I think he will be, which is he's gonna make mistakes, he's gonna throw the ball at other teams. There is going to be an upgrade at that position, similar to the Yankees. If they would have just gone out and got a competent offensive catcher, it's an immense upgrade. If Geno Smith is just competent, they are going to take a huge leap offensively. What does that mean overall? I'm not sure. Like my expectations for the Jets is just competency and seeing them grow. If it's tough to tell a Jets fan who hasn't seen a playoff game in, a decade and a half that they should be happy if the team wins 7 or 8 games. I understand that. I do think that's a positive for them if they go out there and are better. And I certainly do not want to hear right now in this moment that they should be looking to next year's quarterback class. No. What they should be doing is looking to be a good football team this year, improve this year. They have enough draft capital to trade up in the draft. Let's say they win 8 games and the Colts are fighting for a playoff spot. So they have like the 9 and 15th pick. I don't know. I'm just whatever. They have 2 picks that are not top of the draft. They still have enough to trade up to get a top 5 or 3 pick to chase the quarterback they ultimately want. That's where they should go. It's not going to be just easy. The AFC is a juggernaut. You can't go in there and expect, again, if you're a Jet fan, you should always want to make the playoffs. I'm not saying that, but I do think there are positives you could take from the season that don't end in the result being a playoff game. And we're allowed to be excited right now. Like, I think if you're a Jet fan, if you're a Giant fan, if you're a fan of any team in the league that maybe doesn't have a ton of expectations, it's okay to be excited. I don't think the excitement surrounding the Jets and the Giants is overblown. The Giants brought in a world-class head coach with a Super Bowl and consistency in his past, and the Jets made a ton of changes, have a lot of young talent coming in, and they had a good offseason free agency-wise. There's reason to have hope. I know a lot of you do not believe in Aaron Glenn. I still want – the jury's still out for me. I still think he can be a good head coach, and he needs a chance to also build that foundation. I really think that just throwing in the towel right now is just lame. And I hate tanking just in general, but to sit here, the Jets haven't even played a game yet, and I'm reading articles in the national media about why the Jets, and I get it, the Cardinals and the Dolphins are going to be putrid. I mean, the Dolphins might be the worst team in football. But, like, we haven't even played a game yet, and you're telling me why these teams should be looking ahead. We don't even know who the quarterbacks are going to be next year. If you look at a mock draft right now for next year, I guarantee you that quarterback that's there may not be there next year at number 1. How many times have we seen that? Where in August, September of the year prior, a guy is mocked to go number 1, and then he's not there. And he drops to like the second round. Trinidad Chamber, whoever it is. Like, we don't know who the quarterback was Fernando Mendoza on anyone's radar last year? And if he was, forgive me. I like college football. I'm not locked into draft prospects in August. But was Fernando Mendoza mocked to be the number one pick last year? Probably not. 888-808-1019. Artie in Brooklyn. What's going on, Artie?
I can tell you right now who's going to be the projected number one, and we'll go number one. And his last name is Manning. I mean, if Manning was in the draft, I don't care how good Mendoza was, Manning was going first.
Maybe this year, Artie, yes. I don't know if that's true, though, because I see a lot of people that, this specific draft class coming up, I've seen multiple different guys be the guy that everyone's chasing.
Yeah, but when you have a name like that,
like
it's just
Dante Moore is up there, the kid from Ohio State's up there, both the wide receiver and the quarterback. What I just said his name, Trinidad Chambliss. I've seen his name floated around. You're also
who are you taking?
I mean, believe me, I am the last person who should be giving draft advice. If I'm the Jets and you're telling me the Jets are the worst team in football, and next year I'm taking either Moore or Manning, maybe, I don't even know, because if this kid from Ohio State wins the Heisman and they win the national championship, you're telling me, Artie, that he's not going to be mocked to be number one?
It's just going to be so hard to believe that this guy's not going to be taken. I mean, unless he gets hurt or whatever. But anyway, beside the point of it,
right?
Next year, the Jets are going to have a chance to get a proven playoff contender coach in McDermott or Tomlin, and they could get a franchise quarterback,
just wait
not
for
in the draft.
Then? So they shouldn't play this year?
No, not tanking. I'm not talking about tanking. I'm talking about using those 3 picks, and there's going to be a guy available.
But then you also talk about getting a new
Burrow
coach.
or Hurts or Lamar Jackson or Baker Mayfield. One of those guys is going to be better than what you have. If you get Arch Manning, if you get Moore.
Yes.
But if you get somebody like Trinidad Chambliss, I'm not spending my year trying to get him.
Artie, I'm just saying that because, again, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and tell you I'm a college football expert. I literally was naming the guys I know. That's about it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
no, I got it.
But I get it. The Jets could, Jets with 7-8 games, they could still go and get any of those guys. The picks, they'll be able to go get those guys if they want.
When they made the move for Rodgers, right? Even though it didn't work, it was still the right move. They still got a quarterback
100%.
That was and it just didn't work out. I'm saying next year they're going to have that same opportunity, and I think they'll jump. They'll have to. Or
Artie, I would much rather see the Jets go after a proven quarterback than draft one. 100%.
Me too.
I'll put it this
exactly
way.
My point.
As a Broncos fan, I don't regret making that. It was terrible. It's one of the worst trades in NFL history. I still don't regret the Broncos trading for Russell Wilson. Because at the time, they were the team and they were rumored to get Rodgers at one point. They were the team everyone said was a quarterback away. So in that moment, they had gotten a Super Bowl winning quarterback. He was a play away from winning a second Super Bowl. In that moment, it felt like the right move. It ended up not being the right move. Luckily enough, Sean Payton got them out of that hole. But I'm not going to ever get on a team for trying to make that move. I don't blame the Jets for going after Aaron Rodgers. Like, there's a million different ways we could go about this. Baker Mayfield even. I know he's not a superstar. If the Jets next year started the season with Baker Mayfield at quarterback, maybe there's a young guy in the wings, I would 100% be excited.
Here's the other thing, too, okay? Muji is looking like Glenn was in charge, but it seems now things have turned a little bit, and now Muji's in charge. I'm asking you, who made the Frank Reich move?
I think that was probably a combination of Muji and ownership.
Okay.
But I also, here's the other thing, Artie. I don't think Aaron Glenn, very few coaches, John Harbaugh is one of them. Aaron Glenn's not coming into a new place, even in year 2, and calling all the shots. He's not an established head coach like that. Sean Payton comes to Denver. The GM's answering to him. John Harbaugh comes to the Giants. The GM's answering to him. most of these newer coaches, they have to work with the GM. So the coaching staff, though, to your point, that's probably something that Glenn has to sign off on. And he probably welcomed Frank Reich as a part of his staff. I also don't think he feels threatened by Frank Reich.
I just think that what killed me more than anything last year, as far as like playing stuff, is that he brings in a defensive coordinator, right?
Right.
And it didn't work out. They fire him. And then he says, I didn't like his system. And then he doesn't jump on taking over the defense. And then this year, he's rumored to get all these defensive guys that and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he's the defensive coordinator and going, I regretted not being the defensive coordinator. I thought that was a Woody call.
Well, but also
saying that, listen, dude, I'm paying you all this money. You're going to be the defensive coordinator.
It probably was a Woody call, but also if it wasn't, I still think, these guys have to have room to grow. Like, I get it. Last year was a disaster, and I appreciate the call, Artie. Great conversation. Like, last year was a disaster, but he's either going to figure it out or he's not. It's not going to be because whether should he have been calling the plays last year on defense? Probably, but he's a new head coach. Now he's got a year under his belt where there's no excuse about he doesn't know what to expect. Maybe last year there was part of that he didn't know what to expect. And Steve Wilkes, I wasn't crazy about it at the time, but it ended up being a disaster. I don't know anything about this new guy. Me and Connor joked that he's like an AI bot that they just brought in to run the defense. But I'm not mad at him for that. Also, let's say he was called a defense. This isn't what happened, but let's say in that moment he was calling a defense and the defense was bad and he decided to give up defensive play calling. That's a part of the growth of being a head coach. And it doesn't mean it's going to work out. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that I could guarantee next year Aaron Glenn's going to be the head coach. I hope he is. I think he can be. Like, I liked the hire. I still like the hire. I think we are so quick to get rid of guys. He didn't have like a Nathaniel Hackett type first season. He didn't have a season that was unforgivable. They went in there. They made some tough decisions, whether you agree with them or not, whether I agree with them or not. They made some tough decisions to the roster, starting with the quarterback. And last year at the deadline, they got rid of some dead weight. Sauce Gardner, they got a haul for. Quinnen Williams, whether you wanted him gone or not, he wanted out. They got rid of him. And they pivoted kind of nicely. Getting Tavondre Sweat for Jermaine Johnson was a good move, in my opinion. He's a bit younger. I think he's a bit better at his position than Johnson is. You still have McDonald. So that there is a give and take to that. But as far as the head coach, that's kind of my point. If the Jets win 7 to 8 games and they don't make the playoffs, but they look like a competent team, they look well-oiled, they look disciplined, they look like maybe the talent gap is what's holding them back and they still need another year for young guys to grow and to add some more pieces, that's a huge positive for Aaron Glenn. And I get it. A lot of you are not buying into it. Artie's already looking at head coaches and quarterbacks for next year. I'm not a Jeff fan, so maybe it's easier me saying this. I can never do that with my teams. I'm never stepping into week one saying they have no shot. And I'm already thinking about changes for next year. No, I want Aaron Glenn to work out. I want them to be in a position that when they get to next offseason, Geno Smith's gone, and they're telling themselves, we are a quarterback away from being a good, consistently good playoff team, or even more. You never know, wherever. They take the leap. And then either they go out and they trade for an established quarterback that wants out, or they sign one that's a free agent, whatever it is, or they draft the next heir apparent and they trade up using their assets. But if they go through this season and they bottom out and Glenn's fired by week 8 and Frank Reich takes over and they win 4 games, and sure, they're picking at the top of the draft again next year, but you think that all of the actual talent that's not a first or second-year player is just going to be there? And then you're going to have to redo it all again. And is it the most attractive job to a head coach looking for a job at that point? I don't know. I'd much rather see them compete, play good football, Maybe they surprise some people and win 9 games and they're in the wild card race. But I'd rather them compete and be in games and show that they've grown and next year only have to worry about the quarterback position and not have to worry about head coach and potentially GM and the quarterback position. And if Breece Hall's gone, you got to worry about Breece Hall, or Garrett Wilson wants out and you got to worry about Garrett Wilson, and you already have to address the defense because the defense is not full of talent. We haven't even played week 1. And whether it's the Jets or another team with not a lot of hope for the season, we're already getting, what quarterback can they get? Oh, what coach are they going to go after? I can't do that. And if you've listened to me, I've been consistent with this. I am not a pro-tanking guy. I think you could rebuild your team while winning football games. You could rebuild your team while building winning habits. Purposely, and the players don't purposely lose in the football. They can't. It's dangerous if they did. But teams purposely trying to lose rarely ever grow into what you guys think they do. I'm still waiting. The Chiefs did not tank. The Bills did not tank. The Bills, before they got Josh Allen, were a year removed from making the playoffs? 2 years removed from making the playoffs? Maybe my timeline's a little bit off on that. And some teams tank because of circumstance, and some teams aren't purposely tanking. They just suck. But I never believe that, trying to lose as many games as possible is the best way out of a situation. It's taking a ton of steps back to take a small step forward because you're still taking a lottery ticket in that draft. There's no such thing in football as a sure thing. 888-808-1019. Mike in Franklin Lakes. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, dude?
So, one of the things that kills me, I'm listening to the show right now and people are talking about tanking.
Right.
First of all, I'm with you. I can never root for my... First of all, I go to all the games, so I can never root for my team.
That makes it even worse.
But the thing that it's hard to hear people think, it's like they didn't critically think through what's actually happening this season. We have 3 number 1 draft picks.
Yes.
There's no reason for you to want your team to not do well. I mean, you nailed it before when you talked about Mahomes. What was he, 10th or 12th?
He was either the 10th or the 12th pick, and they traded up for him, I think.
Exactly. I think they were like at the very 27th, 28th, something like that. But then they got Mitch Trubisky was drafted before him. Some point is, you don't know. Allen was number 7th. I'm 100% sure on that one.
Right.
But to hear these people talk about tanking so you can get, a name is a mind-blowing concept, especially if you're going to look at the big picture, which is you got the Colts pick. The Colts, their number 1 receiver is broken. Their number 1 quarterback is broken. Their number 1 running back is not too far away from being broken.
Well, and so they're going to run him into the ground. Well, that's the thing is, too. Yeah. And Mike, let's say that the Colts are good. That still doesn't change the trajectory of what the Jets' draft assets are. If you're going into next year's draft, and let's say, again, the Jets win 7 or 8 games, and they're sitting at, 9, 10, 11, and then they have 2 mid-round picks or a mid-round pick and a late first-round pick, that's still a ton of first-round capital in this coming draft. You can trade up with other future capital to get the pick. It is possible. We see it happen every year, whether it's going after a veteran quarterback or going after a young guy, they will have the ability, no matter what happens this season, to go trade up and get the quarterback they want or trade for the veteran quarterback they want.
You're 100% right. And you know something? Not to knock it, I went yesterday and I actually took my 4-year-old son, because I'm like, what you're talking about before, you don't know who's going to be the number 1 coming out from day 1 of the year to the last day. Cade Klubnik was a name that was being talked about as a first-round pick the year before. He had a weak year, and then all of a sudden, he falls to the 4th round. I mean, this might have been a godsend. Who knows, right? I mean, it could go either way, but yesterday was a beautiful thing to watch competent quarterback play.
Right. And all it means, it does not mean anything about Cade Klubnik. It doesn't mean the Jets' offense is going to be spectacular. Great call, Mike. But what it does mean is Frank Reich has installed an offense in a short time and is able to get guys who are rookies or second-year players or new to the team to run it competently. It does not mean it's going to translate into W's, but what it does mean that there's positives there. There are positives there. And to Mike's point, like the Jets winning or losing this year is going to have no impact on what they're able to do next offseason. So why not win? How could you go into a season rooting for your team to lose? It's embarrassing. Alex sits there. Alex, Evan, all they do is root for the Nets to lose, and they get nothing to show for it. We've rooted for the Knicks to lose for years. We get nothing to show for it. How long have teams in the NFL been tanking or the NBA been tanking? It does not work. And the teams it works with, they weren't truly tanking. When Washington got Jaden Daniels, they were bad the year prior, but they had a goal going into the season before that and that season of trying to compete, and they didn't. So if you're going to watch Hard Knocks, you see the Spurs were like, oh, we saw they had on Hard Knocks, they had Mitch Johnson and the Spurs GM. I'm talking about the San Antonio Spurs. And they were like, oh, we saw Wemby played it when he was 16, and we knew we had to put a plan in place to get that kid. Everyone knew Wemby was going to be a beast. If I knew about him as a regular person, the NBA scouts knew who he was. You didn't do anything special. You got lucky. Either the NBA gave you the ping pong ball or they pulled the ping pong ball. And if he would have flopped, then what? 888-808-1019. How many times has the next Trevor Lawrence was the heir apparent? Or Caleb Williams it looks like he's growing into something good. But you get all these quarterbacks, Mitch Trubisky, all these guys that were the number one picks, that are the heir apparents, that they can't miss. They're going to change the franchise, and how many of them actually work out? We'll jump back into that conversation. It's fun to just be talking football again with you guys. 888-808-1019. Mets, Yankees, Jets, Giants. It's all on the board. Maybe we'll get into a little bit of the NBA scheduling as well, as the Sixers have been gifted the best schedule I think a team with a bunch of aging, injured stars could get. Anthony Gallo, back after this.
29 days until the Giants kick off the season against the Cowboys.
The Giants stopped them at the 1-yard line. Holy cow!
The home of New York Giants football. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Grr, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that Honey Pepper Pimento Sandwich.
And that Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Imagine every time your business makes a sale. Inventory updates, an invoice is created, customer records are updated, accounting stays current. That's the power of Odoo. One fully integrated platform where every part of your business works together, automating tasks, eliminating extra steps, and saving you valuable time. Everything connects. Everything works. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Before you drive, check in with your crew. Buzzed or high, you're not okay to drive. Pass your keys to a sober driver, call a ride, or crash on a couch. You have options. Driving impaired isn't one of them. A message from the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Zona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying.
Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominate in Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, $1 small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and
New York baseball fan favorite and Latin pop sensation Jose Candelita Iglesias makes his Broadway debut in Buena Vista Social Club, starting August 27th. Get tickets today.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, Salicata here for CertaPro Painters, and my wife is still satisfied by my good friends at CertaPro Painters. They work fast and clean, and if she's happy, you better believe I'm happy. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call. 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Fun is in the driver's seat at Nielsen Dodge. Grab a great deal on the new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram you really want with 0 down payment available, plus the credit help you need. Shop online at NielsenDodge.com. Make this the summer event.
Talk New York sports. Jets, Giants, Yankees, Mets. Get in the conversation and make your voice heard. Call the Fan now, 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus, your streaming home to watch the NFL on CBS all season long.
Odyssey app. Use the rewind function. YouTube as well. The shows always get posted on YouTube in its entirety. Before we hop back into the baseball, the football conversations, obviously I was away when they announced the opening night, Christmas Day, all that. I really didn't have a problem with the Knicks playing the Sixers when LeBron got traded to the Sixers, I expected that to be the case when it came to who they were playing. I figured the NBA, it was either going to be them, the Celtics. I had an outside shot, a hope that it was going to be the Pacers. But 2 quick things I wanted to get into on the scheduling, one funny and one just annoying. I didn't really care. Everyone's like, they're taking away from the Knicks banner night. When we get to that night, no one's going to care. No one's going to care they're playing LeBron, and all the NBA is going to talk about is LeBron's first game with the Sixers. As Knicks fans, all we're going to care about is them raising the banner. And I also think it'll make the night feel more special if it's a great game and the Knicks pull it out. The tickets are going to be through the roof to begin with, and now they're already going to be more through the roof. But it'll just make it a more memorable night. That, oh, look, the Knicks took down, LeBron and this new look Sixers team, and they'll be healthy, so there'll be no excuses from Embiid and co. about, them not being healthy or whatever it is. But I think it makes it more memorable to be one of those special NBA nights that we all love. The problem I have with the NBA schedule making is them not even hiding the fact that they are trying to preserve Joel Embiid and LeBron James as much as they can this year. This is from, let me get the exact person that put this together. Legion Hoops tweeted this out. They ran through the schedule. The 76ers have the least amount of back-to-back games. They have the least amount, because this just makes sense, though. They have the least amount of 3 games at 4 nights, and they don't play their first game against a Western Conference team until their 18th game of the season. The one thing I will say is that last part may actually be worse for them because they'll probably be stacking more West Coast trips later in the season, because the 18th game, that's probably about, what would you say, December or early or late November, early December. But the NBA is not even hiding the fact that they are currying favor to this team. And I don't have a problem with them giving them a ton of nationally televised games. I have a problem with them actively doing something to benefit them when they're not doing that for any other stars in the league, because of LeBron James being in his 40s, Joel Embiid being made of glass. Like, I just, it's frustrating to say the least. And then obviously you add in the Jaylen Brown aspect of it. They should get the most televised games. I think they're tied with the Knicks and Spurs for the most televised games, nationally televised games in the league. But when you're actively catering to them schedule-wise, it's frustrating. It really is. The other thing I thought was funny was Tyrese Halliburton, his first game, him not understanding why it wasn't nationally televised. He said he felt disrespected. They were playing the Pelicans. Talk about giving the Pelicans, they're not going to be very good this year, but talk about giving them bulletin board material for opening night. And also this guy not realizing that his team was one of the worst teams in the NBA last year. Why would they give him over the Knicks, who just won the title, the new look Sixers with Jaylen Brown and LeBron James, or the 2 Western Conference Finals teams? Why would the Pacers get precedent over that? And him feeling disrespected, I thought it was very funny. With that being said, I wanted that to be the opening night opponent. I wanted the first time that he stepped on the court to be a loss to the Knicks in the opening night. Because I'll be honest, and Al Citron's coming up at midnight. Me and Al talked about this a while back. The only thing this season was missing, the only thing outside of winning another title this year I really need from the Knicks is to beat the Pacers in a playoff series. They are like the boogeyman to me. They are that one hurdle we haven't gotten over yet, and I need it. I watched a clip the other day of it was a slow motion of the inbounds play into the shot, into the tip-in, and in between every motion, it was like the frame would go, and then it would show Reggie Miller choke symbol. It would show Melo getting blocked, Ewing missing the layup, the Charles Smith debacle. It showed the Tyrese Halliburton one, and it was just, there was very one gigantic commonality there, and it was the Pacers. And I don't think there's a single franchise, maybe the Miami Heat, but I have seen this Knicks team beat, if it was only once, I've seen them beat the Heat in the playoffs. But there's the team that has frustrated me the most in my life of 34 years, soon to be 35. By the time the NBA season tips off, I'll be 35. In my entire fandom as a Knicks fan, the Pacers are the one team that has caused me the most misery. The Knicks, they and then the Heat are up there. The Heat are my least favorite franchise after the Philadelphia Phillies in all of sports. But the Pacers, it felt like we should have beat them in 2013 with Melo, and then we lose in disappointing fashion. And it felt like going into both those series, which maybe is me just being naive or being overconfident, it felt like both times we lost to them, the Tyrese Halliburton Pacers, it felt like we were the better team, and we didn't get it done. First, it was injuries, and then it was, 2 chokes in the first 2 games. So That's the one thing I need. So it was nice to see him feel like he was disrespected. Who do the Nets play first, Alex? Alex, who is the Nets opening night opponent? Do we know this or no? I'm kind of teasing him right now because we know they're not nationally televised. But, we'll look it up in a second. Hold on. If they announced it. I don't even know if they announced it. And then, the other thing, too, which is not a huge thing, the NBA is not very good. They play the Charlotte Hornets opening night. That sounds like a real barn burner of a game. The Raptors put out maybe the single worst schedule release video. I'm not going to dive too much into it, but it was like a dating podcast it was two women talking about something, and it was the worst. Did you see that video, Alex?
With the Raptors one?
Yeah. It was awful. And they just don't. First of all, the NFL is like the only sport. Soccer kind of leads to this because there's less games. The NFL is the only sport that these schedule release videos work because there's 17 games. The NBA, it's like, they show like you got 82 games. I think you have 42. It's just my math. I'm struggling right now with the math. It's just not. It doesn't lead itself to good content. But the Raptors found a way to make it absolutely awful. I don't even know what they were going for. 888-808-1019. Al in Bayside, what's going on, Al?
How you doing? Glad to be on the show tonight. Getting back to the topic about dumping that we were talking about a minute ago, I don't think any fan really wants their team to dump until at least the end of October, beginning of November.
But that's still it's depressing.
Team. Well, but if we don't make it, then at least let's get a good draft pick. So
right, but Al, so you don't know anyone, you don't know any Jet fans that are already looking ahead to next year.
I don't think so. We got a lot of young talent. We got a lot of new veterans.
No, I agree with you on that. I agree with you there. But I've heard it, whether it's from people I know or just, members of the media that are Jets fans, or there are people already just called in. He's already looking at quarterbacks and coaches next year. Like, I can't sit here for any team I root for before they even play a game and start thinking about the next year.
Our team's got the worst breaks. The Nets and the Jets both had like the second worst records. The Nets were supposed to get at least Boozer or the guy from North Carolina. We don't know what this guy is going to be, but we got 5 great players and we got the 6th best. The Jets, we thought that Chambliss, Moore, maybe even Manning. We thought the second pick you'd get a great quarterback. We got a lousy dump, and we got really screwed for it.
Right, but I when it comes to, I appreciate the call, Al. If you're a Jets fan, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the few people I have heard say it, I'm overblowing it as just a loud minority. But it's just I'm not really frustrated with the Jet fan thinking that way. It's more the national media. Not even some guys in the local media that are already talking about, it's really, I saw an article in The Athletic and it was like the guys to watch and it singled out like the Cardinals, the Dolphins, the Jets, teams for next year that should be focusing on the quarterback. And it's like, we haven't even played a game yet. Yes. From all reports, it sounds like the Dolphins are going to be the worst team in football, maybe in the last 10 years. But it's also here's the other thing with football. Removing tanking from other sports. Here's the other thing in football. How many times have we seen teams go? We've seen teams go from last to first, or one of the worst teams in football to a playoff team, and they didn't draft a quarterback, or maybe they added a quarterback, or it was a second-round guy, or they signed a veteran stopgap guy, but they still made that leap. Or how many times have we seen teams be really bad and then take a leap the next year where it looks like they're just a quarterback away from being a playoff team? If the options are being a good team that's struggling because you don't have a good quarterback or tanking, wouldn't you want to play good football and realize at the end of the season we won 7, 8 games? We could have won 10 or 11 if we had the right quarterback, and then trade with the 3 first-round picks you have, the 4 in the next 2 years, and trade those picks to get the veteran or the rookie you actually want? Or do you want to just restart the whole entire thing over again next year and have no hope of no good football? You're going to fire the coach. You might fire the GM. You're going to turn over the roster again. Don't you want to finally watch some competent football? Dan in Fairfield. What's going on, Dan?
Hey, what's going on, Anthony? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
I'm good, man. I got 3 quick things to say very quickly. One is I'm with you. I get to the airport 2 hours early. I don't care if it's a domestic flight or not. I just want to get there and chill.
Right.
I don't want to wait around for an Uber.
And then once you're in the airport and you're through security, now it's like,
You
all right,
relax.
I'm relaxing.
You charge your phone. The other thing is when it comes to tanking, and especially with the NFL, I mean, if you're a true fan, you have to realize that the guys that are playing, you're going to lose your coaching staff. They're going to get fired. The GM might get fired. The guys that play on the field are playing for a job, and they're playing for the locker room. They want to make the team again the next year.
Yes.
And even if it's a 4-win season, if they win 2 games at the end of the year, that's building a culture. And if, many years ago, I used to have Giants fans, friends of mine, that were like, oh, we lost out on Chase Young. I don't even know where Chase Young is now, and we have Andrew Thomas.
I think Chase Young is with the Niners right now. I actually don't even remember, but yeah.
He's been on like 3 or 4 teams, and listen, he had injuries and all that. The guy had a promising career, and he was a projected top 3 pick, but we ended up with Andrew Thomas. And the other thing is, today I was watching the Giants game, and I remember Jeremy Shockey's first preseason game, and he rattled off that 90-yard caddies, leveling guys, and and I thought he was the next Mark Bavaro, but I was a young kid back then. But today's game, that the throw that Jaxson Dart made to Malachi Fields, I don't care if that's against the first team defense or second team defense. That's a difficult throw to keep your hips straight and your upper body completely throwing in the opposite direction. So like that's something after he had come back from the blue tent. So that's to me. I don't get excited about preseason games and touchdowns and first and goal and you're running in from 1 yard out. It's not a big deal to me. But seeing that touchdown pass and from a difficult quarterback position and a rookie who they love to say high points, and I hate that term. It's like he just went up and got it. A tall receiver who went up and got the ball.
And also
came down with both feet in bounds.
And yes, 100%. And I appreciate the call, Dan. And it's also not even that. It's the fact that he came out of the tent and immediately didn't miss a beat. And, I got to get the break here. 888-808-1019. I just want to run through this real quick of number 1 overall picks. We could probably go through a list of quarterbacks drafted in the top 10, and it would be even worse. But when you look at this, and these guys, some of these guys were really good and just never won. But since 2000, when it comes to quarterbacks, because I'm not going to go in through like Courtney Brown and Mario Williams, but the number 1 overall guys, Michael Vick, David Carr, Carson Palmer, Eli Manning, Alex Smith, good quarterback, never won anything. David Carr was disaster. Michael Vick was exciting. Injuries derailed him. Jamarcus Russell, disaster. Matt Stafford, obviously great. Sam Bradford never did anything really in the league. Cam Newton was great. Andrew Luck never really got to his injuries derailed his career. Jameis Winston never really was anything. Jared Goff is now good, but did we ever feel like he was a franchise changer? Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, Joe Burrow, and, Joe Burrow, Eli Manning, and Matt Stafford are probably the best ones on this list. And then you got guys that I think the jury's still out on. But even like the defensive whiffs, Trayvon Walker, Davian Clowney, Jake Long was the number 1 pick. Eric Fisher was the number 1 pick. Mario Williams. The list, it's not a guarantee. The last 4 years we've had quarterbacks, Bryce Young, Caleb Williams, Cam Ward, Fernando Mendoza. None of those guys are guaranteed to be anything right now. Trevor Lawrence is a good quarterback. He's not a franchise alterer. Joe Burrow, MVP caliber quarterback. There's obviously levels to this, but it's a crapshoot. It's a lottery ticket. And then if you're getting the number 2, 3 pick, you don't even know what is going to be out there when it's all said and done. So wouldn't you rather put your team in the best position to win the most amount of games, and then the next year search for that quarterback. If you build the roster around them and you bring the quarterback in, it's a lot easier than getting the quarterback and then building that around them. 888-808-1019. We got a lot more to get to. 2 more hours with you until midnight, until the great Al Cintron joins you guys. Anthony Gallo back after this.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
When there's a guy that either doesn't have a lot of expectations on him or does, comes out and looks like he could be the next great star, that is something that always energizes a fan base.
Get Boomer and Gio on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
Esiason here. You know what I learned in 14 years of playing quarterback? The teams that win in February did all their hard work in August before the season even started. Now, the same thing with your phone bill. Red Pocket Mobile's running their back-to-school sale right now. Pick an annual plan. Pay once and you're done. No bill, nothing else hits the budget all school year, and you get up to 4 months free on top of it. The savings are real, folks. Handle your cell service now. Forget it till next summer. RedPocket.com. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
The best time to recommit to your gut health goals? Right now. Take charge of your gut with Nature Made. Our clinically studied ingredients support digestive health. Digestive enzymes break down nutrients. Probiotic and prebiotic fiber nourish good gut bacteria. And super greens with probiotics empower daily digestive health. Try the full lineup of gut health support from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Right now, you can grab a full breakfast at Dunkin' for $6. That's 2 wake-up wrap sandwiches and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. It's quick, easy, and covers your whole morning, all in one stop. Did I mention it's filling and delicious? It's a full breakfast. It's a great value, and it just makes mornings easier. So next time you're at Dunkin', don't overthink it. Order the Dunkin' $6 meal deal. No substitutions. Participation times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Zona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
This is New York. It's an energy. It flows through our reliable storm-ready grid. It's a current that families and institutions can count on. powering a thriving economy and a greener future with nation-leading reliability. Con Edison, because this is New York.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
This summer, your passport isn't required. Welcome to Summer in Tokyo at P.F. Chang's. Inspired by the color and energy of Tokyo's vibrant sushi scene, these limited-time creations bring bold flavors in every bite. Discover new sushi rolls, steak tataki, and lobster and prawn fried rice inspired by one of the world's most exciting food destinations. Cruise through Tokyo, one roll at a time aboard our sushi boat, with wave after sushi wave of unforgettable taste. Summer in Tokyo at P.F. Chang's. Your journey to Tokyo starts here.
Talk sports with Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle on The Carton Show. Afternoons from 2 to 7 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Especially now with the Mets dead in the water. And I'm still locked in the Mets, and I'm watching the Yankees every night, too, as they're battling for the wild card spot. But it's funny. I have two thoughts about this. You know, we talk about tanking, and there's nothing to play for. And two things when it comes to, like, the teams out of it. And, you know, starting with the Mets, I saw a video the other day. I think it was from yesterday's game. And Lindor hits that home run, and there's three boys. They have to be, like, 10 years old. Maybe they're, like, three friends. They could be 8, 10, something like that. And their reaction and the excitement they had when he hit that home run. And, you know, when you're that young, you're not really comprehending that, like, the season's over. There's nothing to play for. You just want to watch your favorite players play and cheer them on. Like, when I used to go to games in August and not realize the Mets were 20 games out, and I'm just like, oh, this is great. They won. Well, we're the greatest team in the world. It was a really cool video because it's nice also to see young Met fans out there because, you know, why would you be a Met fan still at that point? But I thought it was really cool. And then I'm just sitting there when there's nothing left to play for. And it's why, like, I don't – tanking outside of the competitive aspect of it, it's a business and there's people showing up there. And there's a kid this might be the only time he ever gets to see you play. And you should be putting your best foot forward because you never know who's out there. And I just thought it was cool. The other aspect was it, you know, because I have MLB on – MLB Network on in the studios right now, and they're going through all the league games and stuff like that. And I was watching the Rangers. I think it was the ESPN game right after the Yankees had played Seattle on ESPN, and then the following game was Angels-Rangers. The Angels are out of it. The Rangers obviously playing for a wild card spot. I think they're a few games back in the division, but they're tied for a wild card spot right now with the Blue Jays, the Twins, and the Tigers, the Orioles and Guardians. A half game and a game, respectively, out of it. But I'm watching the Angels play, and it kind of relates to the Mets as well. But they're out here playing the game like they're in the playoff race. They're pumped. They're excited. I'm watching these guys. They ended up winning the game, but they're scoring runs. They're fist pumping, and they're jacked up. And I think part of it comes from the fact that Mike Trout, you know, drew a line in the sand and wanted to be there, and he vouched for guys he wanted to still be there, and he also is still playing hard. And I thought it was admirable, but it's also funny when you hear the people that are like, oh, there's nothing to play for. When you spin around and you talk about it the Mets, and you see Lindor, well, even when Soto before he got hurt, he was playing hard and playing well, but you watch Lindor and he's going out there and performing, and you could tell it's bleeding into the rest of the team. The young guys are following that. They're playing with some excitement. The other thing I took from this, and then the Rangers are on right now too, and you see Brandon Nimmo, who had slumped a little bit in you know, late June, early July, but now is also again on a tear. I think he's hitting like 300, 310 over his last 15 games. And it's just a reminder of, you see Alonso since like the end of May is like the best power hitter in the American League. And it's just one of those negativities, those negative things that keep shining their light about what the offseason is. More the Alonso stuff than the Nimmo stuff, because Nimmo's been fine, but again, he is more on a role player level. It's not like he's tearing the cover off the ball statistically, but he's still better than anything the Mets would have been trotting out. And the other thing with Nimmo is your outfield set. The problem with the Mets is not the outfield. But when you look at Polanco, when you look at Bo Bichette, if you want to call them replacements for Alonso, it's been a disaster. And it's just one of those things that's not going to go away anytime soon. It's not going away next year unless the Mets win games. It's not going away. And the Mets might get one more chance to thank Alonso. I'm not talking about the fans. I'm talking about the organization, because he may be the only reason why there's a sellout at Citi Field. As they come in 3 games in September, I'm going to try and go to one where that is maybe the last sellout. I don't think it's the Subway Series games, I believe, are in the Bronx, if I'm correct. Yeah, so those games are in the Bronx. So the last sellouts the Mets probably get, and the Howie Rose Day, if they do a Howie Rose Day, I would assume that if it's not a sellout, they'll get close to 40,000 for the legendary, the iconic Howie Rose. But it's just funny sitting there and seeing Alonso. I still view the Alonso and Diaz moves as the biggest mistakes in the offseason. Even with my frustrations with Alonso at times, it definitely was the biggest mistakes. And I don't care that Diaz is struggling. He was injured. He's in a new place. I can't project that would have been the same case if he was here. And same thing, you can't project that these guys would have succeeded here if they stayed. But it feels like, not a curse, because it's too soon to say it's a curse. But it's never Stearns, if he even gets the chance to do it, turns this thing around, he'll never be able to live that down. We had Justin Pugh in here on Friday, and he was actually pretty complimentary, and the way he talked about the Eli Manning benching, it kind of made sense. But he was saying, once McAdoo makes that decision to go away from Eli, anything that happens after that that's not winning is going to be held against him. And with Alonso, he sent away, the best power hitter in the franchise's history. And I the Nimmo move, I defended the trade when they got rid of Nimmo, because I assumed that move was going to be able to retain one, if not both, of Diaz and Diaz and Alonso, just because of what it meant on the back end of that deal. You're paying more up front for Simeon, hoping that that year 4 and 5, you could spread that money around for Diaz, for Alonso. But I was an idiot to believe that. I was. And I truly don't believe that. The Nimmo move is a mistake, yes, but I don't think it changes anything, because when you look at the outfield hasn't been the problem. And as sad as it is, I don't think if either of those guys are back, and this doesn't mean it's not a mistake, it's still a mistake that Diaz and Alonso aren't here, but I don't think if those guys are here that means the team is that much better, because the roster is so flimsy and has been so poorly built by Stearns the last 2 years that, yes, are they sitting there and maybe they are, 5 games out of the wild card right now, and we're sitting here trying to still talk ourselves into, yeah, sure, 100%. But they're not a good team still. And then I see people point to the injuries. Well, even if those guys are here, Soto and Lindor still get hurt. But if you have Alonso, there is somebody there to pick up the slack. And, you don't have a Bo Bichette or a Jorge Polanco. Because if Alonso's back, they don't have Polanco, but I don't think they're signing Bo Bichette. I think Bo Bichette was a reactionary deal to the fan base completely turning on Stearns and him trying to get in the good graces of them after losing out on Tucker. Which, again, if he signs Kyle Tucker, it's still a disaster. Because your outfield's probably worse in that situation, because Tucker's been a disaster. But seeing Nimmo, and it's nice to see him succeeding, but seeing Nimmo is just another reminder of how terrible David Stearns has been. So, we have an exciting wild card race coming up, though, specifically in the AL, where you have the 4 teams tied for the last wild card spot. The Orioles are a half game out. The Guardians are a game out. And the Guardians are 2-8, and the Jose Ramirez injury has made things worse. And the Mariners are 2-8 in their last few games, but they're 3 games out, so there's still a lot of exciting baseball there. The National League, it's a little different. The Phillies outside looking in, tied with the Diamondbacks. The Padres are a game up, but then the Marlins and the Cardinals are 3 games out, and the Cardinals getting a jolt of life here with that I already forgot his name. Joshua Baez debut. 3 home runs in 3 at-bats. The greatest MLB debut, I think, in history. And I before we get back to the calls, because I'm all over the place right now, but I had mentioned it before. I think it might be the greatest rookie debut for anyone across all of sports, specifically American sports. And I did a quick search. The closest things I got were Wilt Chamberlain's first ever, this one comes close, first ever regular season game. He scored 35 and 28, so 35 points, 28 rebounds against the Knicks. He was playing for the Philadelphia Warriors at that point. Austin Matthews, his first game, I think this is true. He scored 4 goals in his first regular season game. Let's actually look that up because that seems like that one probably takes the cake right there. I'm looking it up right now. Let's see. He does score 4 goals. That's insane. To become the first player in modern to net 4 in his first game. Incredible. So that's probably the one. Michael Carter Williams almost had a quadruple double in his rookie debut. 22 points, 9 assists, 7 rebounds, and 9 steals. That's pretty cool. And football-wise, Anquan Bolden had 10 catches for 217 yards and 2 touchdowns in his debut. That's up there as well. And then Mariota had 4 touchdown passes in his debut. I think that is his first game. Kerry Wood had the 20 strikeout game his rookie season, but that wasn't his debut. But the Austin Matthews one is up there. That's probably the one, along with the Anquan Bolden one, that I'd push back on. But 3 home runs, I know 4 goals is ridiculous. 3 home runs in your first 3 at-bats, that is as good as it gets. And, not to toot my own horn, but he's somebody I had stashed in fantasy this entire time. So it's very funny. 888-808-1019. Tim in Atlanta. What up, Tim?
Hey, Anthony. Good evening. How are you?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Good. I called in to talk about the Knicks and the Giants, but after your commentary a second ago, I want to talk about the Knicks and the Mets because I watched the Rays game tonight, and Alonso hit his 28th home run of the year.
Right.
Leads the league opposite field, so huge mistake letting him go, to be honest with you.
Oh, I mean, of course.
Oh, unbelievable.
And he was leading off.
Played first base ever.
It's insane. And was he? I'm assuming he was leading off tonight, right?
No, he was batting second, actually.
Okay.
Leading off was Tyler O'Neill. The Rays lost. And I'll be honest with you, it's not popular calling in, but I love it. I live in Atlanta. I do love watching the Rays because I think Brian Anderson, besides the Mets commentary, is one of the best play-by-analysts.
He's their TV guy?
Dwayne Stats does the TV, yes, and then Brian Anderson does the analyst, and he also does the TBS playoff games. BA is so good.
Oh, I should have checked it out when I was in Florida because my dad's not too far from Tampa. I watched one game with the sound off, but the Alonso thing's not going away at all. And you had some Knicks points?
Yeah, I haven't spoken to you since the Knicks won it. And last time I spoke to you, I said this one will last a lifetime.
It will.
It really will. The next season coming up is going to be great. But you know what? Let's be competitive. Let's get in the playoffs. And let's just, be proud. But you know what? They did it, and they showed everybody that they can do it. And thank you for your time.
I appreciate it, Tim. And they should be I don't care what Vegas says. They are, in my opinion, the best team in the Eastern Conference. Like, everything I hear about the Sixers is offense. No one is talking about the glaring defensive deficiencies they have. And Maxi's a fine defender. Jaylen Brown is a good defender. He isn't elite like a lot of people make him out to be. And he will get exposed without the help that he had in Boston. And then Embiid is too slow. He used to be an elite defender. He's too slow at this point. And LeBron James, it's the decision of the buy-in. If it's a night in, night out. One game he's all bought in defensively, and the next game he's not. And then the young guys are, I think VJ Edgecombe is a good defender. they're going to be tough. I'm not saying that the Knicks are just going to run through the Eastern Conference. The Knicks have just as good a shot as we've seen. You know, I thought it was the Thunder this year, but we haven't seen a repeat title winner since 9 years now? And the Knicks have a good shot at doing that. And I don't care that LeBron is somehow stealing the limelight from them, but it's okay to go into this season as a Knicks fan expecting them to go back-to-back. Should you walk into the season saying, oh, well, we got one, that's it? No, you just won the title. It's not going away. I'm telling you right now, the arrogance is not going away. Until they lose and their season ends and it doesn't end with a parade, it's not going away. And it starts night one. I think adding LeBron only adds to the specialness because when they raise the banner and they walk away with a W, it's just going to be another one of those memorable nights. It's just the way it is. And he's right. Every time I get upset, I got to pay bills. The Knicks won. The Mets suck. The Knicks won. We do it all the time. If there's something going on around the office, Craig, where we're doing the show, we get a little sad because we're talking about the Mets or the Yankees offense or whatever it is. We're just like, hey, remember the Knicks? They won the championship. They're still the defending champs. 888-808-1019. Brian in Long Island, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm a little frustrated right now with the Yankees offense. They're getting great pitching. I think they need to make some changes now because it's getting ridiculous.
But what changes are they going to make?
8 game. Cabanero, and you got to bring in Rosario against the lefties. You know what I'm saying? Because the bottom of the lineup isn't scoring any runs. It's ridiculous.
Well, Brian, Boone said he's going to shake up the lineup a little bit, but he also said he's not going to just throw guys out there to throw guys out there. So maybe Rosario is the one move, but I don't know if they're going to make drastic changes to the lineup because they really don't have the options to do that.
Yeah, I realize that, but it's just you can't keep putting these guys out the bottom of the order. McMahon and Wells had a couple of hits, a couple of home runs, but he's not consistent. The bottom 6, 7, 8, 9 are like almost instant out to move guys over.
Right. I appreciate the call, Brian. I hate to say it, and it's what I open the show with. If you're a Yankee fan, you have to get ready to be frustrated by this offense. They might not get healthy this year. And even if they do, the offense might not change as much as you think. So be prepared to deal with a really frustrating offense. But the good thing, the one thing that you can hang your hat on is you have one of the best pitching staffs in all of baseball and the best pitching staff in the American League. And that might be enough to get you the pennant and to get you into October. I mean, into the World Series, of course. If you're winning the pennant, you're already in October. But that is what they're gonna have to pitch. Like, we haven't seen a team be carried by pitching in a long time. And I mean like truly carried, where you're shutting teams down night in, night out, getting yourself to the World Series. It's been a long time since we've seen that. We've seen teams get hot. There are certain pitchers, like when the Rangers made the World Series against the Diamondbacks, they got hot at the right time, and they didn't have a lights-out pitching staff, but they won some games pitching-wise, but they had a lot of offense to help. That's where the Yankees are going to have to do the job. And then what you hope happens, and maybe I'm overlooking it, is Bellinger comes back, hits the ground running. Stanton comes back, hits the ground running. And even if Judge has an expedited rehab assignment or just gets called straight up, maybe him coming in cold to the playoffs is what helps him have a truly memorable playoff. I'm not holding my breath on it, but that's right now the frustrating part, but it's the reality of the Yankees. Their season's not over. They still have a chance to compete. They still have a chance to go to the World Series, but it's going to be on the back of the pitching staff. 888-808-1019. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll jump more into this conversation. Jets, Giants, If you want to talk Knicks scheduling, all of that, right here on The Fan.
It's a hot time in the summertime with Stateside. Meet WFAN at the Stateside Beach Bash at the Salt Shack in Babylon, the ultimate end-of-summer party on Long Island. Join us for a live broadcast with Evan Roberts and Sean Morash, featuring Jerry Recco on Friday, August 28th at 10 a.m. It's an end-of-summer party with Stateside and The Fan broadcasting live.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, I'm Patty, founder of Awesome Tex. I started with a big idea to give old clothes a new life by turning them into recycled fibers and threads. Everyone told me that this was going to be impossible, but Chase for Business believed in me. They gave me a lot of guidance from the beginning.
Get financial guidance from bankers in the New York community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Think you know how the rest of the baseball season plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market and official partner of Major League Baseball. Who's winning their division? Who takes home the Cy Young, the MVP? And who's still standing when the World Series begins in October? Trade against other fans, not the house. On Polymarket, every game, every series, every race to October creates new opportunities to trade. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free on your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Hit and run at 125th and Lex? Shulman and Hill Injury Lawyers hits the ground running. No one fights harder for New York. Every borough, every block. Shulman and Hill, we are New York. Get a free case review. Search Shulman and Hill Injury Lawyers.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
This is Modelo Especial, a full-flavored golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste from start to finish. Brewed with time, effort, and determination to get the balance just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Hey, Salicata here for CertaPro Painters, and my wife is still satisfied by my good friends at CertaPro Painters. They work fast and clean, and if she's happy, you better believe I'm happy. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call. 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your
free estimate online at Certapro.com.
Zona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
New York sports never stops, and neither do the opinions. Talk Jets, Giants, Yankees, and Mets. Join the show now at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus, your streaming home to watch the NFL on CBS all season long.
Anthony Gallo on the Fan. New York City. It's funny. I just got back, obviously, I mentioned before, from Florida. And, you know, when I go to the beach or the pool, or if I'm out and it's sunny out, I'm a big, you know, the guns are out. You know, they're not big guns, but the guns are out, you know. And I wear basketball jerseys. Craig makes fun of me. I wear a ton of soccer jerseys. If I'm doing like a sunny day thing, like I'm going to the beach or anything, I wear basketball jerseys. And I have a tough, you know, maybe not real, you know, I have a ton of Knicks jerseys. And I was running around Florida basically in Knicks jerseys for like 4 of the 6 days we were there. And the amount of people, specifically when I was in Disney, I'm wearing like a Mikal Bridges jersey one day and a Brunson jersey the next. The amount of people in Disney that said Knicks in 5, and you know, you've run into a lot of New Yorkers or transplants in Florida that from New York originally. It was hilarious. It was awesome. And then even like I saw a guy in a Spurs shirt and I gave him a little wink, which he was not happy about. But we're everywhere. And speaking of being everywhere, we're on, you know, in Disney, coming off the rides, and if you pay for these bougie tours, they have like a person in a plaid shirt that, you know, I don't know, it's like tens of thousands of dollars. It's for like celebrities and the highfalutin types. But we're walking off of whatever it is. It used to be Splash Mountain, but it's Tiana's something adventure. And we're walking off the ride. It's me and my fiance, and I got all Knicks stuff on, Knicks hat. I got my Mikal Bridges jersey on, and I'm walking off, and I see this bougie, you know, group of people. And the only reason why I'm saying they're bougie is they have like the tour guide, and she's pushing the stroller for whoever these people's kids are. And I turn to my fiance, and I'm over there. I'm like, look at these. Imagine having the money. They got a personal guide to get into the front of the line of everything in Disney, and somebody's pushing their stroller. And as I'm turning around and this person is walking past me, it is Mike Brown, the Knicks head coach, and I'm an idiot. And then I have these moments where I don't process what I'm saying out loud. I'm like, oh, I'm yelling at my fiance. I'm like, that's Mike Brown. And she's like, what? And I'm like, I turn, and I'm now, I don't know, 10, 15 feet away from him. And it's him, his son, I guess his agent, and his if he has like a young daughter, I'm not sure. And I don't know. All I said was, what up, coach? And I don't know. Alex knows this. Everyone around me knows this. I don't control the volume of my voice well. And I basically yelled at him. Not just shouted happily. I like yelled at him. And my fiance was like, it was embarrassing. You embarrassed yourself, blah, blah, blah. And so, all right, whatever, fine. And now I'm laughing. I'm like, I didn't even get a picture with him. I could have just said, what's up, quietly, got a picture with him. He clearly saw me coming because I'm wearing a bright, you know, Knicks jersey. And he just gave me a little head nod and kept walking. So the next ride we go on is Haunted Mansion. As we're walking off Haunted Mansion, if you've ever been there, they have the tombstones. It's like the people who died on the ride. And I'm oblivious, pointing to my fiance. I'm like, oh, these are like the tombstones. It's supposed to be like people who died. And she looks at me and she goes, do not make a scene. Keep walking. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And I look back and they're like rushing. It's Mike Brown again, going on the ride. And they're like rushing him away from me. And she's like, they saw you and like panicked and ran the coach and his family onto the ride. And I was like, damn, if by some grace of God I get to interview this guy, I'm going to have to bring this up and be like, yeah, I was the guy who he was really stalking me, if you think about it, because I was coming off the rides. He was getting on them. But they're going to be like, this guy was stalking him. I did snap a picture like an idiot from behind. But that was the level. And then every time we saw these plaid shirt people, my fiance was convinced it was going to be Mike Brown. And I was like, no, please don't, because they're going to think I'm stalking this guy. And you go to Disney and there's the exhausting getting a spot to watch the fireworks are sick and the light show. But then we're going to get this spot. I was trying to, my fiance's never been, she was having a blast. She's waiting in a spot so we go watch this light show. I'm like, all right, I'm going to go get water and something to snack on because we got to sit here for an hour. And I walk by, and as I'm walking back, they have like a VIP section in like this little lawn area. And of course, I see Mike Brown there, and I couldn't have run away from it fast enough. Because I'm like, they're going to be like, look at this fat, bearded man in a Knicks jersey that's been following us around the park the whole day. And that's the last thing I need. I would just, I shouted out the coach. It was meant in glee, but that was the day for it. But a lot of New Yorkers out there, a lot of Knicks fans. I don't know if they were new Knicks fans or whatever, but a lot of love. I don't know if you go around the world wearing Nets jerseys, Alex, and getting a lot of love in that aspect, but every time I wore, and you got New Yorkers all over Florida. Like the building that I was staying in Sarasota, the doorman was like, Knicks, I'd love to see it. I was like, that's right. Knicks in 5. I always forget to say it. Everyone's like, oh, Knicks in 5. I'm like, yeah. But that was it. Embarrassed myself in front of the coach. One of the most, disappointing moments of my life. And my fiance reminds me of it every day. 888-808-1019. I'm sure she's listening right now, laughing her ass off. We've talked about a ton of stuff today. Me embarrassing myself, me rushing through the airport. But we also spoke about the Yankees' putrid offense and how if they're going to get anything done, it's going to be off the arms and not off the bats. And how exciting it is to just see football be back. And it was a positive 2 days for the Jets and the Giants. We also got into the notion that maybe the Mets are building something. Maybe there is a reason to have a little bit of hope for next year if we get a baseball season. I spoke to 2 weeks ago when I was on before I went on vacation. I spoke to Boog Shambi, Cubs TV guy, national TV guy. He thinks there's going to be baseball next year. But then we also, that same show, spoke to Bob Nightingale, and he said a lot of teams are preparing for a shortened season or nothing at all. So if there is a season next year with the young guys, Ewing, Benj, McClain, Scott, Thornton, you can throw Alvarez in there. It's something to be excited about for next year. And then you add into the mix Lindor and Soto, there is something there. They have to still build it, but there is something there. 888-808-1019. Matt in Wanacue? Is that how you say that?
Yep, Matt in Wanacue. What's up, Gallo? How's it going?
What's going on? Where is that? Where is Wanacue?
It's in northern New Jersey, Haskell. It's Pumpkin Lakes, that area.
Oh, okay. What's going on, dude?
So I just wanted to call and let you know that, honestly, I think you should be doing the overnights. Having Loogie on's a blast for me, and I think you're really great radio, and I want to hear more of you.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas Lugauer is, a generational talent, if you haven't heard.
No, he's not.
He is. He's a generational talent. What are you talking about?
He's garbage.
Oh, man.
He is garbage. I turn the radio on. When
Alex, clip this for me,
hear him
please.
on the radio, I turn it off.
No, stop. I appreciate the love, dude, but come on. Matt, I love you, but, I also love Loogie. He's a generational talent. Soft Tommy, positive Tommy. He's got 7,000 versions of himself. He's like Mick Foley. But clip that, please. I would love to send that to Tommy. Matt, I appreciate the love. Also, he's not the overnight guy. He's the night guy. He's like the new Steve Summers. Tommy and me have a good laugh every time we see each other. Tommy, it's a love-hate relationship with Tommy on Twitter or when I see him, because with the Knicks, I'm like, all right, cool, I love positive Tommy. But like when he's being positive about the Mets, some days I want to choke him out. But that's my guy. You can't disrespect my guy. You could call in and, love up on me all you want, but don't take shots at my teammates. All right? Just to point it out there, somebody else did say in the chat, too, Loogie's trash. So 2 for me, 1 for Loogie. No, I'm kidding, obviously. Oh, you know what? I take it back. This guy said Sixers at 6. He's a dork. All right? Knicks in 5. Don't ever forget it. Thank you to Tim Cannon. Whoever this other guy is, dweeb. Also in the chat, somebody pointed out, and this is, maybe I am being unfair to Bo Bichette, but I'm sorry. It feels like a mercenary, but he pointed out Bichette over his last 30 games is slashing 313, 401, 501, 15 RBIs in his last 14 games, hitting 371 runners in scoring position. Okay. And I hope he opts out. Like, I have no desire for Bo Bichette to be back next year. I don't want him butchering balls at third base next year. And sure, he's hitting now when there's no pressure. And I can't, again, I'm going to lay it out there. Maybe I'm being unfair to the guy. But I can't sit here and tell you that I think he should be a part of the future. I don't want to tie in $42 million to a guy who's not worth it. I also don't want to tie it in and then the risk of him opting in the next 2 years. And then there is a cap in 2028. And now $42 million of that is going to Bo Bichette. Because that's outrageous. And I know, again, I'm being unfair maybe, but also he doesn't deserve the benefit of the doubt. He's still also hitting. That's 30 games, yes. Sure, it's a good number. But he's also hitting over that time frame this season, the entire season. If I'm correct, I think he's played the most games for the Mets. Yes, he's played the most games, has the most at-bats. He's hitting 262. His on-base percentage is 680, or his OPS is 686. If his on-base percentage was 686, it'd be crazy. He has not been good enough, and I don't care what he's done over his last 30 games. It just doesn't do it for me. And part of that could be to Lindor, too. Lindor, when it was early in the season, I will defend Lindor a bit more because he's carried us to deep playoff runs. Like, he's been a part of good seasons for the Mets. Bichette's been here for 110 games, whatever it was, 120 games. I don't have an affinity for the guy. And it's not about who would replace Bichette. It's about not tying in a gigantic amount of money into a guy that you can't count on. You're telling me for $10 million I can't find somebody to replace Bo Bichette? Like, I'm sorry. What he did in Toronto has no effect on what he's done for the Mets. I don't care about what he did in Toronto. He could cry and tell the Toronto fans, thank you, whatever he wants. Great. That's great. Respectful. Awesome. I don't care about what he did in Toronto. I didn't hate the signing. I didn't love the signing. I was not excited about the Bo Bichette signing because it felt reactionary. If I don't want to, I don't have to agree with the plan of my front office. I don't want to, well, let's put it this way. If Stearns had a plan, and I think his plan sucked, clearly, but if Stearns had a plan and it did not include Bo Bichette as an option, why did he go out and chase him when he didn't think that was a part of the plan? I don't have to agree with your plan, but you better stick to your plan. And when the Mets fans, all of us, were being very loud about how terrible the offseason was, and then he pivots, and we thought Bo Bichette was signing with the Phillies, so it clearly wasn't an ongoing negotiation, and they swoop in and offer him all that crazy amount of money, that's where you lose me. Like, clearly they wanted Kyle Tucker, but let's even say if you change Bo Bichette for Kyle Tucker, and they wanted Kyle Tucker, so it doesn't really work, but Kyle Tucker signs with the Mets, and that's not the plan. It's a disaster. Like, that's how I feel about that. Like, if you're going to rebuild, and again, I don't care about what he did in Toronto. I don't care. Do it with the Mets. Like, why would I care what he did? He's getting paid $42 million. He's got a 690 OPS. There's no defending it. I don't care what he's done in 30 days where none of the games mattered. But I'm getting off topic here. To get back to my point, it never felt like Bichette was a part of the plan. It felt like Bichette was thrown in there to appease the fan base. I don't actually think it really did. I think Met fans tried to sell themselves on it. And it didn't work. Like, there were Met fans who thought the team was going to be better than they were a year before. I wasn't completely locked in on bringing Nimmo back or bringing back McNeil. I obviously wanted Alonso and Diaz back, but I definitely was not sold on what they did. And again, here's the other thing is, I'm not blaming Bichette for chasing the money. He wasn't even an option for the Mets until they went and threw a boatload of money at him last minute. He was going to sign with the Phillies. The Mets lost out on Tucker, and I think, whether we agree with it or not, Stearns was committed to just being like, all right, well, then that's the offseason. We didn't get Tucker. We're going to move forward with the players we had. And then he saw how the Met fan base could not have reacted worse in his opinion in terms of the Mets fan base viewing him could not have turned worse. And then what he decided was, I'm going to go out there and dangle a shiny object in front of you named Bo Bichette. And it didn't work out. Now, like the Freddie Peralta move, I think that was a part of the plan because they clearly had been chasing him the entire offseason. It just, none of it made sense. The plan didn't make sense when you started replacing guys like Alonso, who, yes, was a below-average defender, but you were replacing him with a guy who was never going to replace his production offensively and never played first base in Jorge Polanco. So the whole run prevention line didn't make sense. And the best thing that happened to David Stearns was Met fans blaming Francisco Lindor for all of it, which was unfounded. And they blamed him for all of it. And somehow it took off the heat from Stearns early on that Lindor somehow chased Nimmo and Alonso out. When Stearns didn't want them, the second he stepped in the door, he did not want Alonso. I would assume he didn't want Nimmo either. But the second he was the Mets GM, he did. I bet you when Alonso hit that home run against the Brewers, he was sitting there saying, great, now we got to bring this guy back. And Cohen clearly wanted Alonso back. Cohen offered him a big deal. To Alonso's credit, he turned it down. He bet on himself last year, and it paid out for him. I can't blame him for that. You know, like Diaz clearly didn't want to be back here. He wanted to be with his brother in L.A., wanted to probably be in L.A. I don't think he truly wanted to come back and be a Met. It still doesn't mean that I don't think it was a mistake that the Mets didn't try to blow him away with an offer. Alonso wanted to be here. The problem is, once you turn down that big deal and then he gives you the deal he gave him last offseason, does not forgive Stearns. This is more on a Cohen aspect. Cohen can't just go out there and throw a boatload of money at him. But what Stearns can do is tell Cohen, this is the guy we need. Stearns never wanted Alonso. He never wanted Nimmo. He hated the Nimmo contract. He did not like Alonso's trajectory. And they've both proven right now in the short term to show how flawed his evaluation process is. And the Bo Bichette move, again, flawed. The Peralta move, hindsight 2020, was a terrible trade. I did get excited about that one. I did not love the Bo Bichette move. I was very excited about Freddie Peralta. It did not change my opinion of the offseason. And now we are back at square one, where Stearns is going to get another chance at rebuilding this roster when no one truly believes in him. I do think Cohen is going to be there more involved, which hopefully is a good thing. It could end up being bad also. But Stearns is going to get another crack at this, and who knows what happens. Who knows if he truly is able to put the pieces around what feels like an exciting core of position players, an exciting, trio of young pitchers. I'm not saying Thornton and Christian Scott are going to be lights out, but if they're your 3-4 starters next year, or if they're like your 3-4 starter, 3-5 starter, 4-5, there is something there. You have Nolan McLean, who is going to be your ace next year. You have the two young outfielders and Soto. The outfield is set. You have Lindor. You assume that, you hope that Alvarez grows a little bit with Torrens. There's something there. But can Stearns put the pieces together to make that work? That's where I have my fears. I don't care about him trading prospects or trading for prospects or getting rid of guys. That is not exciting to me. This guy came in for an evaluation year. The team excelled, did great. And then last year, when they were expected to compete, and not just compete for the playoffs, but be a World Series contender, he built a very flawed roster. And then this year has the second highest payroll in baseball, and they're trotting out guys before the deadline. Obviously, they get rid of everyone, but they were trotting out replacements, and it didn't make sense. You spent all this money, and the roster was brittle. But there is, and I'm being fair, but I also don't want to just be completely negative. There is something to believe in with this roster now. He made his moves, nothing crazy. I know the kid that they got from the Cubs immediately skyrocketed up. I'm pretty sure he's the Mets' number one prospect now. But they have some young guys in the farm that you hope turn into something. It's not guaranteed. You have the young guys on the team. The hope is he somehow figures out how to build a competent roster. And if they go out and they win and they compete for the playoffs next year and they're in the playoffs, all right, all's forgiven then. That's a big if. I don't know many Met fans that believe in this guy. And the worst part about all of this, and I know I've said it a million times, it feels like even if Alonso and Diaz were here, the season would have been not that much better. They would have been 5 games better. So instead of 14 games back, you're 9 games back. 9 games under. Right on cue, Pete Alonso, Oppo Taco, right there against the Rays. It's infuriating. It's truly upsetting. And I guess if you're still having hope that the Yankees could come back, the Rays didn't gain any ground on a division today, losing to the Orioles. And it's funny, even certain teams that were tanking, the Orioles, the Tigers get rid of Skubal, but they only got rid of him because they knew they weren't going to sign him. But they didn't really blow up their franchise. They're tied for a playoff spot. The Orioles are a half game back. The Blue Jays are in a playoff spot. So it's funny how that works out. And for the Yankees, I coming to the deadline, they got the unlucky side of it that the Padres played well, that the Twins got back in it. The Mets probably benefited a little bit from all those teams being in it because they were one of the few teams blowing it up. But again, as I get off on a tangent there, I don't know if Stearns is going to be the guy to figure this out in the offseason. But I'm still going to hold out hope because of what they actually have on the roster right now. Your outfield is set. Lindor has the highest OPS, I think, in the National League since like July 29th or something like that. He's been great. Over the last 30 days, he's got a 957 OPS. In 26 games, he's got 4 doubles, a triple, 7 homers, and he's slashing 297, 393, 564. He's playing well. If you are someone who believes in Bo Bichette and you want him back next year, he's playing well. Soto is Soto, but then you have Ewing, you have Benj, who are going to be key pieces, specifically Carson Benj. He's not going to win Rookie of the Year, but he's definitely going to be top 3 in the National League in the Rookie of the Year voting. So there's something there. If you're a Jared Young guy, Jared Young over a 23-game period has an 874 OPS, which is pretty decent. And then they're going to have to figure out what they're going to do with Jorge Polanco and Luis Robert. Marcus Semien is here. You're not getting rid of that contract. And if anything, if let's say all things work out well and the Mets actually put together a competent roster, either he's your second baseman playing decent defense or he's a good veteran you have on the bench. As a guy who loved Lou Bob, it's going to be tough. He's definitely going to be back next year. I believe that would be a mistake. And then Jorge Polanco, they're stuck with him. Unless they can find a team to take his contract, and I know it's only a 1-year deal, they're stuck with him. And I can't feel great. Again, you want to point to what these guys did before they got here. that does nothing for me as a Mets fan. It just does nothing. And another example of why I can't get excited about what he did at the deadline. Every time the Mets, I got so excited about what Billy Epler did in 2023 when he sold off all those guys. And he got pieces from every trade he made. And I think one of them, I think it's just Clifford. They got rid of Acuna. They got rid of the one that's, humping his teammates in San Francisco. Ryan Clifford. He's the only one that stayed in that massive haul. So, and you got to hope now. I'm assuming Vientos, Beatty, and Mauricio are all going to be a part of next year. So do they just get gifted roster spots, or do they have to earn it? And do we trust David Stearns to come up with that? 888-808-1019. We got a lot to get into. One more hour to go. The great Al Citron up at midnight. We'll jump back into the conversation. Yes, we may have been a little negative about the baseball, but there are things to be positive about the football teams in this market. Maybe, just maybe, the dark days of football are behind us. Doesn't mean the playoffs are just right around the corner, but maybe we're starting to see something with New York Giants and the New York Jets. We'll get into that and everything else right here on The Fan. Anthony Gallo, for one more hour. I got you till midnight.
It's The Carton Show with Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle. Afternoons 2 to 7 on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Happy to have New York Jets star and starting running back Breece Hall join us.
I feel like this is the most team feel I've had since probably my first 2 years in my rookie year. I feel like a lot of the guys, we're spending a lot of time together, hanging out with each other. There's more laughing, joking around, just more camaraderie throughout the whole locker room. So I feel like, that's been translating onto the field.
Get The Carton Show on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey Yankees fans, head out to Yankee Stadium on Saturday, August 22nd for a very special giveaway. It's Hello Kitty Yankees Bobblehead Day. The first 18,000 guests through the gates will receive a Hello Kitty Yankees bobblehead. Don't miss the Yankees taking on their division rivals, the Blue Jays, Saturday, August 22nd at Yankee Stadium for Hello Kitty Yankees Bobblehead Day. Get your tickets now at yankees.com/tickets.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like public works supervisor.
Hey, this waterman is under a ton of pressure. Did you ever fix it?
Yeah, 3 layers of duct tape. Wait, should I have added a 4th layer?
This is the job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
I can't. You can't spell American without it.
And now during the Jeep Make This the Summer event, you can celebrate 250 years of the country that can with the vehicle that always can. I can go where freedom takes me and take it all in with Jeep Wrangler's legendary 4x4 capability. I can see this country in all its beauty in Grand Cherokee, the most awarded SUV. And I can celebrate it all in the brand that America calls its most patriotic. And right now during the Jeep Make This the Summer event, well-qualified current Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xE or Jeep Wrangler 4xE lessees get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2026 Jeep Wrangler 4-Door Sport S for $299 a month for 36 months with $3,899 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Jeep has won more awards over its lifetime than any other SUV brand. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial Services. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease. Extra charge for miles over 22,500. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 8/31/2026. Jeep is a registered trademark of FCA US LLC.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here, and let me tell you something about cell coverage. It's not about which network is best. It's about which one is best where you are. Red Pocket Mobile gives you your choice of networks from all 3 nationwide 5G networks, and every line in your family can be a different one. Your kid on the network that covers campus, you on the one that works best at home. Right now, a full year of 5G starts at less than $7 a month on an annual plan. Redpocket.com. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest selection of Bridgestone tires. So we buy Bridgestone tires for less and sell them for less. The guaranteed lowest price you'll find anywhere. Plus, we give you more free services for life than any other tire dealer. So when you're looking for Bridgestone tires, there's only one place to go. Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Pros, find the right flooring for the job in Lowe's newly redesigned flooring showroom. Shop our expanded assortment of trusted brands and get up to 35% off style selections, Stainmaster, and Stainmaster Pet Protect Special Order Carpet. And while you're here, save $100 on the DeWalt 20-volt max 6-amp-hour 2-pack of batteries. Now just $179. Get more of what you need faster and save more where it counts from the ground up. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 8/26 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Talk Sports After Hours with Tommy Lugauer, 7 to midnight. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Oh, that's right. 888-808-1019. It's 11 o'clock. If you're going out, be responsible. Not like me last night, trying to keep up with a bunch of people in their mid-20s as I ended up stumbling home, the room spinning. Terrible decisions. Terrible decisions were made to my diet and, drinking-wise. I did it responsibly, but I was hurting this morning, and I ate like 10,000 calories yesterday. But that's besides the point. When I was going to break, obviously we've been talking about the baseball, and a lot of the baseball is very negative right now. The Yankees still have a great shot. Everything is right in front of them. The Mets, the season's over, but they're playing for something. But a lot of it has been negative. But with the football and the preseason finally, starting, and this goes for everyone, but there are reasons to be excited about both the Jets and the Giants. Now, both different expectations and both different levels of what we believe might be a good season, a positive season, a success. And obviously, every season, the success is, did you make the playoffs? Did you win the Super Bowl? Blah, blah, blah. Like, that is the ultimate goal. But when I look at the Jets and the Giants, I think, and this is not based off a preseason game, it's just with the preseason comes that excitement, and I think it's fair for everyone to hope, even if you're a Dolphins fan or a Cardinals fan, two of the teams that people think are going to be some of the worst in football. The Giants, I expect them to compete for a playoff spot. I think they had talent on the roster coming into the season. I think that they have, more. They have one glaring hole, which I think is cornerback specifically, but the secondary. But I think they have more on their roster. For the Jets, I want them to be competent. I want them to be competitive. I want them to play to win the games. Obviously, that sounds stupid, but when you hear about tanking and all this stuff, but if the Jets win 7 or 8 games, maybe surprise some people, win 9 games and they're looking at a wild card spot or in that realm, that's a success. That's exciting. For the Giants, however you have to do it, they need to be competing for a wild card, and I think they can. I think the reports out of training camp, the one thing you can take away, yes, people talk about, Jaxson Dart's not throwing the ball downfield. The wide receiver room looks a little weak. That stuff will play its stuff out. But what you could really take from not just the preseason games, but what you're hearing in training camp is the attention to detail, the level of coordination, the discipline that is being implemented by a new coaching staff, specifically by a new head coach in John Harbaugh. And what that trickles down to when you're building a foundation and a culture, but with the talent the Giants have, they've got the young quarterback. They have a good running back room. They have a star wide receiver and hopefully a couple more complementary pieces. As you saw Fields today, Isaiah Likely, you hope the offensive line is improved, even though they did not look great today. The defense has talent. Arvell Reese is getting a lot of love. They bring in a new offensive lineman and through the draft and some guys in free agency. Everything they've done, Darnell Mooney, everything they've done, they have talent to compete. They play in a division that I think a lot of the teams, I think the Commanders will be better. Obviously, they lose a big piece on the offensive line, but I think the Commanders will be better. I think the Cowboys and Eagles are going to take a step back. I still think the Eagles are going to win a division, but they're going to take a step back. So there's wins to be had there. And the NFC is a little bit weaker than the AFC. The Giants have a chance to compete for a playoff spot, and that should be the goal. When I look at the Jets, they have the chance to be much improved, and maybe they do end up having an outside looking in, chance of, going into the season, maybe competing for a wild card spot. But what they do need to do is play to win the games 7, 8. I keep hearing this thing. The best thing the Jets could do is look to next year and be as bad as they can this year so they could get a quarterback next year. And I think that is backwards. I think that is stupid. I think the best thing they could do this year is win. Build winning habits, whether it's 7 games or 8 games. Obviously, anything less than that is a bad season, but you still need to compete. You still need to chase wins. But if you win 7, 8 games and you go in the next season, sure, you got like the 11th pick with your pick, and those 2 other picks are later in the first round. You still have all the draft capital in the world. And you go out, build winning habits, build the foundation, build a culture, show that the head coach is actually the right guy. And then when you get to the offseason, nothing changes. You could trade up and get the quarterback you want. You could trade for a disgruntled veteran quarterback. If by some chance somebody gets cut and there's a Baker Mayfield out there in free agency, you could go get Baker Mayfield. None of that has to change because you won, quote unquote, too many games. I always think that's such a stupid conversation. Yes, when the Jets lose, they went from winning 2 games to winning 3 games and missing out on Trevor Lawrence. Sure, that may be the point that you're saying, all right, that didn't matter. But when you're telling me that you're going to look at a team that won, how many games did the Jets win last year? They were what? 3-14. You're telling me if they don't win 4 more games, I know that's 7 wins, it doesn't get them into the playoffs. You're telling me if they don't have 7, if they're not 7-10, 8-9, that isn't a drastic improvement that you've now proven to yourself. You've actually built something. You've actually put together a roster that may just be a quarterback away. Like when I look at teams that are trying to win and they're building from scratch, a lot of them have the roster in place and then bring in the young quarterback or the veteran. Whether it was Brett Favre with the Vikings, that was a team ready to win, and he clearly, I actually thought he was done, but then he gets to the Vikings, and he's clearly still got a lot left in the tank. Peyton Manning with the Broncos. Aaron Rodgers with the Jets didn't work out, but it was the right move at the time because they had the roster in place to compete. And who knows what happens if he doesn't blow his ankle out. But then there's this thought that you have to go and get a young quarterback and build with nothing. Oh, we're going to rebuild. We just lost 15 games, and now we're going to have nobody here because no player wants to play for us. The coach is fired. Nobody actually wants to take the job, and you're building a roster where the quarterback's the only guy you got because you got the number one pick, and now you're putting a young quarterback in a bad position. Instead, the Jets have draft capital next year. They go, let's say again, 7-10. I don't even think that's – I kind of expect them to win 7 games. But 7-8 wins, but 7-10. They're sitting at number 8 in the draft order. You're telling me 8 and the other 2 picks and your pick the next year isn't enough to trade up for the number 1 pick or whatever you feel like you need to trade up for to get the guy you want at quarterback? Or if the Bengals stink and Joe Burrow wants out, or if Baker Mayfield is a free agent, you could still go get the quarterback you want. The Jets winning as many games as possible this year is not going to change. It's not going to change the trajectory of what they need to do next offseason. If Geno Smith plays well, isn't perfect, but plays well, and it proves, oh, look at what we did with a halfway decent quarterback. Imagine what we could do with an elite quarterback. And then guys see that. Players see that. You also need to be an attractive place to come play. When Peyton Manning came to the Broncos, he just saw the Broncos win a playoff game with Tim Tebow at quarterback, with a young emerging defense, with an offense that had a ton of weapons. And they won a playoff game with a guy who looked like a righty trying to throw lefty. Aaron Rodgers saw the Jets compete with terrible quarterback play. Mike White and Zach Wilson. And said, that's a team I can win with. Yes, and he was interested in the Broncos too. The Russell Wilson stuff didn't pan out for the Broncos, but he saw a team he could win with. We've seen it multiple times in the NFL. We've seen it throughout the NFL's history that guys see a team, they want out of their current situation, they're an elite quarterback, a good quarterback, they see a team, build something that they can get in on. So if the Jets go out there and they win 7-8 games, and in those 10 losses, they're 7-10, and in those 10 losses, 7 of those games were one possession, 10-point losses, and a guy's looking at that saying, look at how close they were to being a playoff team. If you're Joe Burrow, let's just use Joe Burrow. We don't know. I think the Bengals are going to be better this year. But let's just use Joe Burrow, and he's like, oh, they have a better offensive line than the Bengals. They've got some weapons. They got cap space. I think I could win with that team. Nobody is going to have more draft capital than the Jets next year. So why would them finishing with the 9th, 10th, 11th overall pick be so bad if they built winning habits? They showed the foundation was there. They showed the coaching staff knows how to improve and correct their mistakes. They showed they have some talent to take this team to the next step. And then you get to the offseason, and all you have to say is, oh, we're a quarterback away. We can do this. We can compete. Whether it's with Arch Manning or Dante Moore or I can't remember, is it Sayers, whatever his name is, the kid from Ohio State. Whatever the quarterback is, you just name it. Whatever quarterback is coming out of the next year, that's the hot to trot prospect. You're telling me, oh, that's not better? You trade your 4 first-round picks over the next 2 years because you're not going to need the one in 2028. If you're winning right now. Why would it matter if the only thing you need, you can fill the defense out with later round picks, with free agency? Why would it matter if you're trading for a veteran quarterback, established quarterback, or trading up to draft a quarterback of your dreams? None of that gets taken away because you won too many games, which is a dumb sentence. I am never going to be pro-tanking. And no, I'm not a Jets fan, so maybe it's easier saying this from the outside looking in, but it would be stupid to do that. 808-1019. Do you, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the vast majority of Jets fans are already looking to next year. I don't think you should be. Avery in Jersey. What's going on, Avery?
Yeah, what's up? I know my headline was about the Yankees. If I could just switch that to the Giants. I know I've been having arguments with my friends about who's going to be better, Giants or Jets. I'm like, I know Giants got a lot better team than the Jets, and the Jets haven't found a way to win a game in the past, 20 years. So,
wow.
What's the perspective on that?
So, you think the Giants, you're a Giant fan, I'm assuming, correct?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think I think the Jets are not at the level of the Giants, but I don't think it's going to be a drastic difference. The Giants win 9-10 games. 10 games would be, I think, the ultimate height for the Giants, Avery. But, I mean, sure, if that's what you're caring about, right? You should be caring about are the Giants going to be better than Washington or Philly or Dallas. I get it. All your friends are probably Jet fans. Both teams are going to be vastly improved. I would say the Giants are a better team right now, though.
And do you think if they win 10 games, they're going to get into the playoffs?
I mean, I would assume so, dude. Thanks for the call. I mean, even if they don't, if they win 10 games and you miss the playoffs, yes, you're going to be upset that they missed the playoffs, but you won 10 games after going however many years without a winning record and struggling. That's the thing. I don't want to tie the playoffs to a successful season. The Giants should be competing for a playoff spot. In the slim chance that you win 10 games and you don't make the playoffs, that is still something to say like, all right, well, look at the leap we just took in year one of the new coach and year one of the rookie quarterback, starting the entire season. They probably win a couple more games last year if he starts from day one. But that's the thing. They have to compete for a playoff spot. That's not the point. The point is, if they win 10 games and they don't make the playoffs, why would you be upset? I get it. You didn't make the playoffs. But if you win 10 games after what the Giants went through last year, that's an enormous jump. And for the Jets, I mean, they win 10 games, you're throwing a parade. But for the Jets, 7-8 wins, which I think is a realistic target. I like the over on both their numbers. Right now, I think the Jets are at 5.5 on BetMGM and FanDuel. So I like the over in that one. I think the Giants are 6.5. The Giants are 7.5. So I would bet the over on both of those. I think the Giants can win 9 games, 10 games, and I think the Jets can win 7 or 8. And I'm on next week. Either next week or the week after, I'm going to do a whole, preview. We'll preview the entire NFL. We'll go through some prop picks I like. But when you look at the league as a whole, in the NFC specifically, there's a lot of teams that are going to take steps back. Last year, the Giants win 4 games. I think the Giants and the Commanders will be better. I think the Cowboys, I don't think they're going to be that much better this year. Even with the additions they made last year, I still don't like their secondary. Their offense, I think, is taking a step back every year. Dak's getting another year older. The Eagles, if they go 11-6 again or 12-5, I wouldn't be shocked. But there's going to be an opportunity just within the division to get better. And then I don't think the NFC South is much better than it was a year ago. I don't think the NFC North I don't think the Packers and I think the Vikings are going to be worse than they were a year ago. And for the Packers and Bears, do the Bears now, they finish first, they're going to get the first place schedule. Do they take a step back? Are the Packers going to take a step forward? There's a lot that bounces around here. What are you getting out of Parsons? How healthy is he? The Lions could be better. They could take a step back. The only division that I feel like it's safe to bet on, I like the Niners, even if the Niners win 10 games instead of 12, the Rams and the Seahawks are the 2 best teams in the NFC, in my opinion. Maybe the Eagles right after them, but those are the 2 best teams, in my opinion, in the NFC. And I think the Rams are going to be a juggernaut. And I think the Seahawks are going to be there in a good spot. I know they lost a couple of guys, but they're still in a good spot. As long as Sam Darnold doesn't regress, I think they are lined up for another exciting season. And then for the Jets, it's a totally different ballgame. Because I actually don't know if the Patriots are a lock to make the playoffs this year. I don't care that they added A.J. Brown. I didn't think they were very good last year. And I've never seen a team get as lucky as they did. And yes, maybe I've got sour grapes because they played my backup quarterback in the AFC title game after Bo Nix. There's not a question of mine if Bo Nix is healthy, they win that game. But the Bills, I think, are the Bills. Even with a new coach, I think they'll be better. But for the Jets, the Dolphins are going to be putrid. If the Jets don't beat the Dolphins 2 times this year, that's a disaster. There'll be a chance to get some games here. And then, the South, I don't know what the Colts are going to be. I think the Titans will be improved, but I can't guarantee that. The Jaguars and the Texans should be exactly where they were last year. The AFC West, I expect it to play out similarly, just with the Chiefs being better. And in the AFC North, I think you could argue every single one of those teams took a step back. The Ravens got rid of their coach. Their roster didn't get drastically better. The Steelers are betting on another year of an aging, declining Aaron Rodgers. The Browns are the Browns. And the Bengals, they could either – the Bengals, I could see 2 things. I could see them being a 7-win team or competing for a Super Bowl. It all depends on, do they block? Do they play defense? Because we know the quarterback is going to put up numbers with those wide receivers. We know the running back room is productive. It's all going to be, can they keep the quarterback upright, and can they stop anyone? So there is opportunities here for people to get better, specifically the Jets and the Giants. And in the NFC, the Giants are going to have those opportunities. They should be better just off the if you're asking me to put a win total on how much John Harbaugh changes the team, I would say 2 to 3 wins is not shocking. And with the talent they had, they won 4 games last year. With poor coaching and poor quarterback play to start, and their young quarterback got banged up. I don't project injuries. So if you want to tell me Jaxson Dart could get hurt, sure. So can anyone in the league. So can Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes. I'm not projecting injuries. All I can do is take what's on paper, take a little bit of what I've seen, and how the offseason has gone, and project forward. 888-808-1019. Nick in Huntington. What's going on, Nick?
Hey, how's it going? Wanted to ask you guys, you got to watch the Giants preseason game today.
Right.
So specifically, I wanted to talk about the one play I'm hearing about with Tracy. People are getting on him about missing his assignment.
Yeah, it sucks, but it's early in the offseason, and these guys are still going through the motions. It's not great. It's not a good look that the young quarterback gets annihilated like that, and Tracy whiffed on a block. He got shook, and the guy barely made a move. But my fault. Continue your point.
Yeah, so I've watched the play, several times. I slowed it down. It almost looked like Tracy's assignment was more so to run a flat route, and I think he noticed the blitz coming in, and obviously it was too late to pick it up and chip him off. But, if you look at where Dart's eyes are going right away when he gets the ball, he's almost looking to the left side, and he's not even aware there's a blitz coming on the edge. So I think there's some equal blame on Jaxson Dart.
You know what?
Not changing the assignment to Tracy and saying, hey, you got to step up now and be in pass pro, chip this guy, and then, that big play, that big sack doesn't happen.
You know what, Nick? I'm watching it now, and he could have just missed the assignment. But when I'm watching it now, it does look like that. It looks like Tracy originally was going out to the flat, but the way Jaxson Dart, he is looking away from that play. So is it possible that he didn't hear the call, Tracy, and it's still on him? But you know what, Nick? Good call, because the way I'm looking at it right now, it does look like he was running a flat, and he caught it the last minute that guy was coming free, because he's coming from the second level. He's not coming directly on the line.
Right.
That is, and he is getting crushed for it. But it's funny. I have to go back because I don't think I heard Harbaugh talk about that specific play, but good catch, Nick. That's a great catch. And that's a part of growing as a young quarterback. We always think about throwing the ball and completing passes, and there's so much that goes pre-snap into the game. And I don't think that's a problem with Jaxson Dart. I think the one thing I could tell, I think that his rookie season was overblown and how excited Giants fans got about him. I think he's going to be a very good quarterback. Don't get me wrong. I think the one thing I 100% don't doubt with him is I think he's got a grasp of the pre-snap reads. But that might just be early on. Maybe he didn't read it. So I don't know. I got to go back and listen. I don't know if we'll look in the break and see if Harbaugh mentioned that. Now that Nick's saying it, and that doesn't mean that Tracy still wasn't in the wrong. It looks like Tracy was going to run a flat, and that guy came through. Unless he called out that guy as the blitzer, or they had shifted the line and they didn't hear it, it might have been on Dart there. And I could both appreciate what Harbaugh and Dart were saying, how they were shocked he got put in the tent. But I do think the NFL doesn't want their quarterbacks getting hurt. It wasn't like he slammed on his head. He got lit up. And he might be better for it, early in the season getting hit hard like that because, gets it out of the way early. And I think Dart is tough. I think he goes out of his way to prove how tough he is. I'm not getting on him, but I can't blame the NFL and these doctors for being safe there. And he came right back out and he delivered a strike. 888-808-1019. I got you for one more segment. And the great T.O. Al Citron is up at midnight. We'll get back to your calls. Everything's on the table for the final half hour. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Back after this.
29 days until the Jets kick off the season against the Titans. Talk about Gang Green here on the Fan. 101.9 FM and always available on the Odyssey app.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Hey, Salicata here for CertaPro Painters, and my wife is still satisfied by my good friends at CertaPro Painters. They work fast and clean, and if she's happy, you better believe I'm happy. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call. 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Orgavattazona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Sideswiped at Atlantic Ave in Flatbush? Shulman and Hill injury lawyers swipe back to protect the injured. No one fights harder for New York. Every borough, every block. Shulman and Hill. We are New York. Get a free case review. Search Shulman and Hill injury lawyers.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
The best time to recommit to your gut health goals? Right now. Take charge of your gut with Nature Made. Our clinically studied ingredients support digestive health. Digestive enzymes break down nutrients. Probiotic and prebiotic fiber nourish good gut bacteria. And super greens with probiotics empower daily digestive health. Try the full lineup of gut health support from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I can. You can't spell American without it. And now during the Jeep Make This the Summer event, you can celebrate 250 years of the country that can with a vehicle that always can. I can go where freedom takes me, and take it all in with Jeep Wrangler's legendary 4x4 capability. I can see this country in all its beauty, in Grand Cherokee, the most awarded SUV, and I can celebrate it all in the brand that America calls its most patriotic. And right now, during the Jeep Make This the Summer event, well-qualified current FCA lessees get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2026 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 4x4 for $419 a month for 36 months with $2,239 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Jeep has won more awards over its lifetime than any other SUV brand. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease. Extra charge for miles over 22,500. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 8/31. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Got something to say about the Jets, the Giants, the Yankees, or Mets? Don't just yell at the radio. Get on it. Call the fan at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. You're streaming home to watch the NFL on CBS all season long.
Great Al Cintron coming up at midnight. Shout out to my guy Alex's arm holding us down on the other side of the glass. Shout out to Nick in Huntington who called in before and he pointed out the Tracy thing. It's tough to tell. It looks like, I would say it's probably still on Tracy. It does look like he was going to run a flat and then whiffed, but also, as someone pointed out in the YouTube chat, the way he reacted was that it was his fault. So whether he didn't hear the assignment, whatever it was a mistake. They got to button it up. No one threw anyone under the bus, which is, I think, is a good thing too. But it's something they're going to have to button up. Simple as that. And it's still a lot of positives, in my opinion, to take away from the first preseason game. Not anything that you can like overly think into, but I was going back into, I didn't see this earlier, when to follow up on that play where Dart got hit, they had asked Harbaugh if he had any hesitations about putting Dart back in, and he said, no, I was excited to see him go back in. He only got the wind knocked out of him. I think as big of a play as you could have in the preseason, your quarterback gets the wind knocked out of him, he comes back one play later and delivers a strike for a touchdown to Fields. And Fields, who did most of the hard work there, going up and getting it. So I just think it was a good start to the preseason for the Giants and also for the Jets. The one thing I'll say about the Jets is I need to see Geno Smith. New team, new receivers, new offensive line for Geno, not the Jets. I know the offensive line is kind of similar to last year, but you have the three wideouts that he needs to get in rhythm with. You got a couple tight ends he needs to get in rhythm with, and I need to see him at least for a drive. I mean, I value I'm not saying that these guys need to play a ton of snaps, because really, like when I watched the Broncos, like, all right, one drive with the starters. All right, thank you. Please sit them down. I don't want anyone getting hurt. But I also do value these guys getting that continuity together. Also with the Giants, bouncing back and forth, the offensive line, clearly with some young pieces, with some guys moving and some guys also playing either one of their hybrid positions or being slotted in from a backup to a starter. It takes time to build a camaraderie and a chemistry for the offensive line. It's why when you see teams put together so many offensive linemen through free agency you draft one and you sign two, why it takes forever for them to build that cohesion. So I'm curious to see how that matures as the offseason goes along. 888-808-1019. Bob in Bayside, what's going on, Bob?
Yeah, Anthony?
What's up, dude?
I want to know I know it's less important now with OPS. I want to know how come the batting average throughout baseball is so far anemic from what it was 20, 25 years ago. I mean, 25 years ago, Wade Boggs and Tony Gwynn could fall out of bed and hit 330.
Well,
I mean,
Bob, and I agree with you. It's frustrating. I look back on the teams, obviously I'm not as old as you, but I look back on the teams I grew up with in the early, I remember my dad complaining that guys on the Mets were striking out 80 times, and he was acting like that was an anomaly, and obviously back in the day, guys didn't strike out. Now guys strike out 150 times, and that's just the normal.
And the problem with the Yankees, they have a lot of swing and miss guys. I mean, they got Spencer Jones, they got even Ben Rice, even the great Aaron Judge struck out a lot. They got 5 guys with swing. Jazz Chisholm, Wells. There's a million swing and miss guys on the Yankees, and that's their problem.
My problem, Bob, is that when I have to hear guys and I have to argue, and I appreciate the call. Great call. My problem is I understand the need for adaptation and growing. The problem is, just like everything else in this country, it's just everything's being streamlined, substance and nuance is being taken out of everything, specifically in sports. They have devalued the ability to manufacture runs. A guy hitting a guy, getting a single, bunting a guy over, stealing a base, the productive out is no more a thing. It's either you got to get a guy on who walks and the next guy is to hit a home run. And they value the solo home run more than the 2-out hit. Stringing 3 hits together to score a run in an inning is not valued. And they want to streamline everything. And then you see the teams that win, they always have a variation of something else. The problem with a team like the Yankees, and it's also a problem with the Phillies in previous years. I actually think them getting Luis Ariz was incredible because they don't have a guy like that. The problem with a team like not this year, obviously the Phillies aren't in the playoffs yet, but not this year because they add Luis Ariz. A problem with the Phillies and the Yankees in previous playoffs was they were all or nothing, and when those all or nothing hits turn into strikeouts and pop-ups, they've got nothing to show for it now. In 2024, when the Mets go on that run, how many times did they manufacture innings? Yes, they hit big home runs, but how many times were they manufacturing innings? Couple hits, timely hit. Guys would get moved over. I remember the funniest thing, and me and my buddies would laugh about it, because we would always bring it up, productive out. When the Mets had Paul LeDuc, 06, Paul LeDuc is hitting second. Reyes gets on, he steals a base, and LeDuc grounds a ball to the right side, and it's not a hit, but he's moving over. He almost got a hit, but he moved over Reyes to third. So now with 1 out, you got a guy in third. And they would call it a productive out, and Paul LeDuc was the greatest guy at getting productive outs. I will never devalue a guy that puts the bat on the ball. Luis Ariz is a throwback. He is more than a throwback. He's a super throwback. The guy has struck out. Let's put it right here. He has struck out this year 23 times in 511 at-bats. He's got a .316 batting average. Yes, his OPS is 785. Fine. But he's also got 26 doubles, 7 triples, and 5 home runs, whatever. 49 RBIs. You're telling me that is not a productive baseball player? I always like to bring up Albert Pujols' the back of his baseball card, because we always want to compare guys, and just to show how great of a career he had. In his lengthy career, and obviously towards the tail end, it wasn't as great, and he was one of those guys that he was so good that his worst years were somebody's career year, and then we looked at it as a negative. But just to put it in perspective, his rookie season, age 21, and in 2017, age 37, it was the only years he struck out more than 76 times. He struck out 93 times, both times, in those seasons. So even at Albert Pujols' worst, he was still striking out way below the average. I just think there is a lot to add to that. His worst season, well, I guess 2020, I'm not going to count. His worst season, 2017, he had 23 homers and 101 RBIs. And he struck out 93 times. We'd kill for that on the Mets. It's frustrating. And OPS, I know OPS is a better full window of how good a player is, but part of that OPS, your average is inside of your on base percentage. And I'm sorry if a guy hits 210 but his on base percentage is 380, that does not entice me as much as people think it should. Yes, he walks, but what are those walks turning into? I would rather value runs scored over on base percentage, because that means that guy's getting driven in more. I always remember people, like when analytics really started to take the turn, 2010, 2011, and people were devaluing Jose Reyes because his on-base percentage was not enough points higher than his actual batting average. It's BS. And it frustrates me because you see teams fall into this. David Stearns is trying to turn the Mets into this. Oh, they're going to be more productive. No, they weren't. They were just going to walk more. Their power numbers were dropping. Their average was dropping overall when you add on all these people, but they were going to walk more. Their on-base percentage was up. And yes, I know coming into the season, we had that notion that Bichette, Polanco, and Simeon had higher runners in scoring position averages than Alonso, McNeil, and Nimmo. But overall, the two were not the same. Or the three, I guess, in that case, were not the same. But it's convoluted. I don't think it's going anywhere, and I think teams are just going to continue to do this, but it is frustrating. And it's the same way you see in the NBA. These teams, the Celtics are the most perfect example. They won one title, and they live and die by the three-pointer, and when they don't hit their threes, they don't compete. But then you see the last two NBA champions, the Knicks and the Thunder, they play defense, they shoot the three, but they score at all three levels. Inside, mid-range, and outside. You have to be able to hit the three. I know that. In baseball, you have to be able to hit the home run. Understood. But there are other ways to set that guy up who's hitting the home run to succeed. Leading off, like I said, it frustrates me that the Phillies lead off Kyle Schwarber. Wouldn't you rather those solo home runs be 2-3 run shots? And you see Pete Alonso leading off the other day for the Orioles. It frustrates me. We used to kill Curtis Granderson. We always used to laugh. The guy hits 30 homers. He's got 29 RBIs. But that's the way it is. I said this is the oldest I've ever sounded, too. Analytics. 888-808-1019. Dylan in Brooklyn. What's going on, Dylan?
Yeah, what's up, man? I just want to talk about the cover of 2K27 this year. It really makes no sense that Wemby on the cover, man. You got Brunson. He won the finals. He took them all away.
Right, but I get it. It is frustrating. And you have to think about it like this. Dylan, I'm with you. I would have liked to see them have him on the cover, but they probably are going for a more international appeal. And if you put Wemby on the cover, it's now a global thing. And it's not just a smaller demographic. It's frustrating. Not everything the NBA does is a slight towards the Knicks, though. I think there's a lot of disrespect that goes the Knicks' way, even in winning the championship. I don't think Wemby getting the cover is a disrespectful thing. Also, I don't know how that process goes with Madden or 2K or MLB The Show. They may decide that well before the finals even happens.
I know, but, I could say it makes sense because, in previous years, last year, there was Shea, and then, you got Tatum in 25. But, I see Tatum, he also...
That's a fair point, Dylan.
Didn't take him all the way. Right.
That's a fair point.
We got, on 24, Kobe. That I wasn't so happy about. Like, he's not even a current player. He dead, bro. He dead.
I'm not laughing at that. I'm not laughing at Kobe being dead. Okay. I listen, you threw me off there. Dylan, thank you for the call. You can't argue with that. Man. He's dead. Yes, you are right. We got Melo last year in a Knicks jersey. I'm not laughing at him being dead. I'm laughing at him just saying that the way he did. That's incredible. Yeah, I'm not one of these. Even when I was younger, it never bothered me too much. If Reyes was on the cover of, I think it was like 2K7 baseball, and I was fired up to do that. And not to sound like a dork, but me, Stuart Kovacs used to be a producer at Infinity Sports. It's my best friend for life. We used to print out our own covers and put them inside the sleeve when physical games were allowed. Alex is laughing. That's that's going to be the greatest drop ever.
I'm listening to it back.
I'm not laughing at Kobe. I'm laughing at the way he just presented that. But it's Wemby, and now they get the WNBA in the game. So it's Wemby, Caitlin Clark, and then the Derrick Rose. They do like an ultra edition for Derrick Rose. They do like last year was Melo. I think the year prior was, like he said, Kobe, who was dead. But can you play that back? I got to hear that again. One more time. All right, hold on. He's getting it ready. But all right, so perfect example. You look at Wemby and you look at Caitlin Clark. Those respectively. Just because Brunson is the best player in the league, it does not mean that, and he is the champion, Finals MVP. It does not mean he is the global face of the league. So when you think about it this way, Wemby in the NBA, Caitlin Clark in the WNBA, those are the faces of the league. And whether you like it or not, whether he's a dirty player or not, he is the face of the league. And it's just where we're at in that aspect. I think there's a lot of disrespect that goes the Knicks.
I know, but, I could say it makes sense because, in previous years, last year there was Shea, and then you got Tatum in 25. But, I see Tatum, he also...
That's a fair point, Dylan.
Didn't take him all the way. Right.
That's a fair point.
We got, on 24, Kobe. That I wasn't so happy about. He's not even a current player. He dead, bro. He dead.
I thought he said he was happy about it. And then he's like, he's not even a current player. Well, thank you for clearing that up, Dylan. Oh, my God. Unbelievable. I am definitely going to post that on my social media. Maybe not. I might get in trouble. We can't be upset about... I can't... The Knicks are NBA champions. I cannot be entirely upset that he's not on the cover. I'm going to tell you this right now, Dylan, because I know you don't get the physical copy. It's not a thing people do anymore. I don't even buy physical copies of games anymore. Alex, you play video games, right?
Yeah, I do.
Do you buy just digital?
Yeah, now I do.
Okay. So, I don't even know if this is a thing, but if you're that upset, Dylan, buy the physical copy, go online, Google Jalen Brunson 2K27 cover, and then print it out and slide it in the sleeve. Old school. I'm saying this kid's like, what do you mean physical copy? The game just doesn't show up? Back in the day, we used to have to go to the store and buy the game. And now you have to buy it and then download it. You put the disc in, it still has to download. We used to be able to buy it and then just play it. This is how you don't even know what that's like, Alex. When we did midnight releases, we'd show up to the mall, pick up the game, and be able to play it that night. Now you got to wait till like 3 a.m. for the game to release on the West Coast, and then it downloads, and it takes like 20 hours to download if your Wi-Fi sucks. So, but he is dead, yes. Kobe Bryant is dead, and he was on the cover. I'm sorry that upset you. Unreal. Basketball's not that far. Football, even closer. And as we get ready for the home stretch in baseball, the start of the football season is just upon us. So where there's excitement in the Yankees season, I know a lot of you are disappointed with the way the offense has gone, but where there's excitement in the baseball season, in the football season coming back, there is excitement in the baseball season. So an exciting time in baseball. When you look at the Yankees offense, though, and you're trying to project forward, you have to come to terms with if you're a Yankees fan, I'm not saying to give up. I am not saying that they can't win it. But when you look at the Yankees, you have to go forward and expect them not to hit, and they're going to have to pitch themselves into a World Series. They're going to have to pitch themselves into a deep October run. And you're going to have to win a lot of games, 3-1, 3-2. It feels like scoring 4 runs every night is not something that you can expect. Does not mean that their season is over. It just means, even with guys getting healthy, that their offense is never going to be something special. It's just not. And then you're also asking for a lot where, let's say, John Heyman said September on or around September 1st for Bellinger and Stanton. You'll probably get Rodon back a little earlier than that. But he said on or around September 1st for Bellinger and Stanton. So that means in the next week or two, they're going to both probably start rehab assignments. They're going to do that, and then they're going to come back. So you're hoping that they hit the ground running immediately, because you still have to lock in that number 1 wild card spot. You're only 2.5 games above the Red Sox. Then there's the Judge conversation where John Heyman, we heard he's playing catch now, but John Heyman said that he projects it to be about mid-September. He's just making a guess from what he's heard, what he's read, what he's hearing. Mid-September for Judge. So let's say September 15th, just to be right in the middle. If he's healthy then, is he going to take a rehab stint? How long is the rehab stint? Is he just going to come back? And if he's not getting a rehab stint, let's say it's September 20th. Do the Yankees say, whatever, come up, get in the flow up here, forget going down to extended, I don't even know what they would do at that point because the minor league season's basically over, and getting his reps here for a week or two and then going right into the postseason cold? I don't think that's going to be enough to transform this offense. Maybe when October comes, sure, they're finally all clicking, they're healthy, and guys get going. Maybe it benefits a Ben Rice. Maybe it benefits a Luis Garcia to have those 3 bats back in the lineup. And away you go. Somebody in the chat, Rez ACO 007 says, I went to the Giants game today. I saw firsthand how terrible Brandon Allen is. Well, he's not going to be your quarterback, so you don't have to worry. He played a couple games for the Broncos, so I've had my own firsthand experience with Brandon Allen. It's funny that you went to the Giants game, and you that was your notion. That was what you felt you needed to tell the world. Not that Jaxson Dart looked great, or Kemp Scadaboo played, or Isaiah Likely in Fields looked good. That Brandon Allen is terrible. Jameis Winston's the backup. And Winston, I actually thought the play to Singletary was nice because it's coming off the heels of the missed block by Tracy. But the play to Singletary is nice because it just shows you have Tracy, who's a little bit more of a gadget receiving type running back, can run between the tackles occasionally. You have Singletary, who's more of a finesse guy, and then you have the power back in Scadaboo. And he's the same person in the chat says it was a lasting impression and I wanted to win. I get it. You went to the game. You wanted them to win. I've never been to a preseason football game. I'll never see the Broncos play preseason because they're out on the West Coast or, the Southwest, and I'm not flying out there to go see a preseason game. If I'm going to make that trip, I'm going to go see a regular season game or a playoff game. But I get it. You go in there, you want to see the win. And, in that moment, it's also it's not really about Brandon Allen. It's probably more about the receivers and the offensive linemen that could be a part of the rotation and the depth chart, come week 1, that you want to get that success in the checkbook. And then obviously in the, the column. But I'm sure Harbaugh wants to win every game he coaches. These guys are competitors. I saw firsthand Justin Pugh playing the wheel game, former Giants offensive lineman. He got very competitive, so I could see it. These guys don't play professional sports at that level and aren't playing to be competitive.